Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the full council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting is being hybrid, allowing participation both in person and in the City Council chambers and remotely. The Zoom was provided to anyone that requires. This meeting is also being transmitted through the Facebook Lawrence City Council page, the YouTube City Council page. Roll call, please.
Councilor Anna Levy.
Present.
Councilor Mark LePen. Councilor Wendy Luzon.
Present.
Councilor Gregory de Rosario.
Present.
Councilor Fidelina Santiago.
Present.
Councilor Vivian Malmo.
Present.
And Councilor Selena Reyes.
Present.
Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Present.
And Council President Giovanni Rodriguez.
Present. Please join me for a moment of silence. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. There is no minute to be approved today, and we're going to proceed with public participation. The first person on the list for tonight, public participation, is H. Malik, 50 Chestnut Street.
We request from this honorable council, please approve the contract for our awesome Lawrence Police Officer Patrolman Union. Lawrence Police, with the impeccable leadership by Honorable Chief Castro, doing excellent job to protect our citizens. We support Police Officers Union and Seniors Officers Union. Lawrence Police, this union of pride and honor, one of the best police departments in the nation, deserve the best contract and compensation. Million thanks to DPW workers and the leadership. Lawrence is a beautiful city because of your hard work. We demand the best compensation for our DPW employees. Lawrence Inspection Department employees, thank you for excellent job. We support your great union. We must hire more inspectors. Lawrence teachers, you are number one. You are the most important reason for success of our public school. Thank you for excellent job. We demand the best compensation for Lawrence public school employees. Please help our homeless. Bring food and donation to Buckley Garage every Wednesday night. Lawrence always is strong. Lawrence always unite. We are proud to be the best example of support and respect for union right, from our firefighters to best police officers, DPW inspection department, and our teachers. We pray for the safety of all police officers. We are united to support Lawrence Police Officers Union. Thank you for excellent job.
Thank you, Mr. Mali. The next person that we have on the agenda. Please hold applause for the end, and that way we can continue. The next person on the public participation list is Rich Russell. I'm going to remind everybody the rules of the chamber. Hold the applause for the end. And you have 2.5 minutes, name and address for the record. And please refer to the council as a whole, not as an individual councilors.
Good evening, councilors and other dignitaries. I'm Richard Russell. I reside 34 Cross Street Inn. As a former mayor of Lawrence, used to call it the great city of Lawrence.
In a few minutes, the mayor's State of the City address will be read to you. The state of the city, as viewed through rose-colored glasses tinted with a slight dollar bill green tinge. Driving through the city is an agricultural nightmare with the bumper crop of potholes that the city is allowing to grow. Doesn't anybody monitor the city's pothole email account at all? We have traffic lights at busy intersections that are constantly failing. And how does the city respond? By putting an orange construction barrel with 4 stop signs fastened to it. The city can't get drivers to stop at a single stop sign, and you expect 4-way traffic to stop at an orange barrel with 4 stop signs? I know replacing traffic lights at an intersection is an expensive proposition, yet the city found money to light up City Hall with multicolored lights. My estimation is the city should be safer, not prettier, but I guess someone in City Hall figured out prettier comes before safer in the dictionary. If the city wants suggestions for a city anthem, may I suggest the theme from Exodus? Due to the constant loss of skilled and qualified individuals from the city payroll, it is good that the city uses the FAR Employment Agency. Well, you've never heard of the FAR Employment Agency? Well, FAR stands for Friends and Relatives. Has a reasonable explanation ever been given for the missing money from the school department? Somehow the explanation that's floating around, it was some bad numbers on a wire transfer. Just doesn't make sense to me. The LRA wants to make a land grab of 11 or 13 parcels for redevelopment. The LRA hasn't done anything in years, and now all of a sudden they're skilled developers. Give them several parcels at a time to see what they can do before giving them any more. Nobody can or will explain how AJD Investigations got the contract to investigate claims against a former police chief. Has anyone asked how or why an acting police LPD captain kept his captain's salary while acting chief? When another individual was appointed acting chief, they were given a salary of over $200,000. As Howie Carr has been known to say, keep moving, nothing to see. There's more that I could comment on, but as the British rock group The Outsiders in 1966 sang, time won't let me. As I listen to the State of the City address, I will have to rephrase Howie Carr's line. I will listen, but I will find it hard to believe. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Rich. The next person is Raiz Molina. Name and address for the record, please.
Buenas noches, damas y caballeros. No sé cómo empezar
Para el record.
a 38 Avon y mi nombre es Raice Molina.
¿Su nombre es?
Raice Molina,
Good evening, y su dirección.
38 Avon.
And I live, Racing Molina, and my address is 38 Avon Street.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque tengo un vecino, dueño de su casa, queda a mi lado. Yo soy dueña de un daycare.
And the reason why I'm here is because I have a neighbor that lives right next to me. And I own daycare.
Entonces, tengo ya espacio de casi 13 años donde vivo. Entonces,
And I've been living there for almost 13 years.
Entonces, el placer de él con su patio, con su driveway, con su frente, es irse a parquear a mi frente, o sea, al frente de donde yo tengo el letrero que los clientes van y se me han ido una cantidad porque no encuentran cómo parquearse. Esa es una calle demasiado transitada, dicho sea de paso, deberían de ponerla de una sola vía.
So his pleasure is to park right in front of my property. Then my customers cannot find where to park. Actually, the street is very narrow, and I believe that the street should be done as a one-way street.
Pues no conforme él con todo eso, él vino y se quejó aquí para que me quitaran el letrero.
So then he came here and he put a complaint for people to for my signage to be removed.
Entonces, yo quiero hacer una pregunta también. ¿Es justo que una persona en las condiciones que él está con su casa, con su driveway y esté molestando en esa condición a una persona?
And I have a question as well. Is it fair that a person who is under that condition and is living this way, is it fair that they get bother a person?
Que alguien me conteste, por favor, porque necesito esa respuesta concreta.
Can somebody answer me, because I need a concrete answer to this question?
Bueno, entonces yo llamé a la concejal Wendy porque me dijeron que él estaba haciendo las diligencias para quitar.
No puede interpretar, no puede referirse a ningún concejal en particular.
So, no
Cannot
puede,
refer to any councilor in particular.
no puede
Gotta
referirse a
address
ningún
the committee
concejal
of
en
the whole.
específico,
Okay.
tiene que referirse a
sorry.
todos los
Thank you.
concejales
Then your
en
time is
conjunto.
up. Your time is
Y
up. Thank you
creemos
so
que su
much.
tiempo ha terminado, así que muchas gracias.
Ok.
Thank you. The next person on the list is,
Council President?
sure.
The idea behind these things is to have it simultaneous, not after. So could we find out why this is not working this evening?
The next person on the list is Mike Simard. Name and address for the record. Address this council as a whole, not as an individual person.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Mike Samad. I represent the Lawrence Police Superior Officers Association. We prepared a script tonight, a short statement, and there's three of us that are signed up for public participation. In the interest of time, could they yield their time to me if needed, which would give us 7.5 minutes, instead of going from one person to the next?
What they can do, that they can read the statement right after you finish, and they can continue when you're done.
Of course.
Time is up.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Sergeant Mike Samad of the Lawrence Police Superior Officers Association, and I'm here with two fellow members of that association. Honorable City Council, standing before you tonight are three members of the LPSOA. We represent 32 leaders of this department, and I speak on behalf of this union as its president. And we can say at this time that the state of the police department is bad. Our junior member has 16 years of service to the city, and our senior member has 36 years of service. Our union consists of 4 licensed attorneys, and most of our members have degrees in criminal justice. All of our members have risen through the ranks, which started in the patrol division. All of our members have graduated from a full-time police academy and are post-certified. The majority of our members have been assigned to various units within the department during their careers that include patrol, community policing, detectives, admin, training, accreditation, internal affairs, drug unit, gang unit, court liaison, and many have held command staff positions. The majority of our members have dedicated their whole careers to the city and have done so with pride and distinction. There were approximately 66,000 calls for service last year, and our primary responsibility is to supervise the men and women of this department during these calls to ensure that our citizens and businesses receive the service that is expected. We come before you tonight to ask for help as our city legislators and the governing body that approves appointments. The appointment of a new police chief will be the most important decision you will make as a city councilor, and if the police chief fails, we all fail. The morale amongst our members is at an all-time low, even lower when this department faced massive layoffs and budget cuts under Mayor Antigua. We have worked under 3 police chiefs in the last year and soon to be 4 different human resource directors. Our members have entered our 20th month without a contract, but we are not here tonight about money. Our main concern is the current state of affairs of this department and the bleak future on our horizon. Our members work very diligently to maintain order and keep the city safe, but the political climate here at the police department has made our job 10 times harder. That climate, coupled with poor working conditions, have led to approximately 30 officers leaving this department over the last 2 years for employment elsewhere. Minute left. As you know, Chief Roy Vass led this department for several years and abruptly retired in July of 2023 after being 7/23, then Chief of Staff William Castro called a meeting at City Hall involving numerous high-ranking LPD officials.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
The next person is John Bernard. Name and address for the record.
Sergeant Bernard, I work at the Lawrence Police Department, member of the Superior Officers Union. I'm the treasurer/secretary of the union. Numerous high-ranking Lawrence Police Department officials, including members of the Executive Board. The meeting was in response to a previous meeting called by Acting/Presidential Chief Castro to discuss the police department's removal from civil service. The meeting did not include the Union Executive Board, a direct violation of our contract and union busting by Castro. In an email addressing the City Attorney Tim Hooton on July 13, 2023, by the Lawrence Police Superior Officer Attorney James Lamont, the city was asked to refrain from direct dealing in violation of a collective bargaining agreement. It is the belief of this union that the city, under Castro's direction, wants to promote and hire whomever he wants. At the June 7th meeting, which was called to discuss leaving civil service, the discussion was centered on Chief Vask and the fact that he was not leaving quietly. Castro even stated, "Brian needs your help in convincing the city council to get rid of Roy. He doesn't have the votes he needs." During Castro's position as chief of staff and advisor to Mayor DePena, he ordered 3 other outside investigations into conduct of 3 highly respected captains of the police department, all of whom were placed on admin leave for extended periods. These long drawn-out and costly investigations led to disciplinary action toward 1 captain for a minor violation. However, both of the captains were since exonerated. There seems to be a common theme that Castro, who made it clear to the union as the chief of staff that nothing happens with this police department unless it goes through me. It is our belief that Castro used his position as chief of staff to undermine and discipline highly respected members of the union in an effort to bolster his chances to become the police chief. Castro has also retaliated against the union officials, including Sergeant Samad. When Sergeant Samad became the president of the union in the spring of '23, he conducted a ride-along with councilors LaPlante and Infante on May 21. They were grateful and wanted him to offer this to other councilors. Castro asked her, Several days later, inside City Hall, Chief of Staff Castro approached a department head. Castro asked her if he knew Sergeant Samad, and she said she did. Not personally, though. Castro mentioned that Samad was a new union president and that he did a ride-along with his councilors and just suggested to him that he did something wrong.
Okay, your time is up. The next person is Mo Aguilar.
Maurice Aguilar, 90 Lowell Street, Lawrence. I'm here in my capacity as the board member of the union and also as a concerned citizen of the city. I'll just continue with something I think is important to note before we run out of time, and this is based on information and belief. The pattern and practice that has arisen over here is one of sabotage, one of deliberate defamation. We know that William Castro's used his position as City Hall, now provisional chief, to force unsuitable candidates through various stages of the hiring process. That's going to become evident. We have evidence of that. Supervisors being targeted or used as scapegoats in opposition of his attempts to bypass civil service and post requirements. He has been very open to leaving civil service. Castro has openly made unprofessional, disparaging remarks about supervisors to other supervisors about their work product. Castro had never had a background investigation done by this place, by the city. Castro is creating a 2-tiered system of investigations and punishment and is using his power in order to subdue those people that he feels are in opposition to him. Castro has assigned supervisors to positions that directly conflict with other supervisors, causing confusion in the lines of authority in our organizational chart. Castro micromanages supervisors, leaves others as he favors to do alone, as they please. Castro refuses to reply to important time-sensitive information and requests for information. He blames problems on supervisors in the department and takes no responsibility at all for any of these issues. Castro has misled posts about supervisors and accused them of wrongdoing. When Castro became acting chief, his first roll call of the department said, "My position is a political one, and you all have to work harder to get a new contract." We're lacking in progress to get any certification, not following the MPAC certifications and best practices and procedures that has been suggested. In the past month, we've had 2 unfair labor practices, 3 grievances, and more to come. The city has refused to comply with the public records request with regards to Mr. Castro, and so far as his credentials, all we have is word of mouth. We don't have any objectively verifiable certifications. I'm not going to continue reading this, but I'm going to say this. If, God forbid, any of your family members were ever in need of open-heart surgery, what would you do? Would you go with a board-certified cardiovascular surgeon, someone with a long track history of success in saving his patients? Or do you go with a guy with a CPR certificate from the YMCA? Everywhere else in the communities, in all surrounding communities, they go for the best, most qualified candidates. Why is it that Lawrence lowers its standards to the very lowest? We deserve more than that. We demand more than that. We don't need the lowest candidate. We don't care who he's associated with. We want the highest, best qualified candidates, and we have them. Don't be fooled by that. We trust in you not to co-sign when it comes to Chief Castro, because we know what the plan is, and I'm pretty sure many here do. With that, I thank you for your time, and I expect the best.
The next person under public participation is Jeffrey Petrillo. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Jeffrey Petrillo. I reside at 341D South Broadway. On December 5th, 2023, the City Council meeting, we had an agenda item listed as 463-23. On December 12th, 2023, at the Ordinance Committee meeting, Estella Reyes heard our plea and stated that this item would be going to Ordinance Committee. By January 16, 2023, there was no Ordinance Committee elected members, so we were told that we basically had to wait, and we would be put on the next Ordinance Committee schedule, which should be right about now. I came to the City Hall this morning to learn our agenda item 463-23 wasn't there or likely removed from tonight's City Council agenda. Tonight we're here for a reasonable explanation, and somebody needs to explain how this happened, because agenda items just don't disappear like magic. Perhaps the city believes that enforcing Superior Court judges' ruling in order judgments is out of their realm, or just make-believe or kiddie play, that it isn't. But I assure you this is real, and so isn't Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 7, regarding enforcement of Superior Court judgments. If the city mayor to the city attorney in code inspection does not feel like enforcing Superior Court judgment, then here's what I state. Why did our forefathers that came before the City Council in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s adopt all these laws so that the Department of Inspection Services and Building Commissioner does not feel like enforcing these laws? I got a novel idea. If you don't feel like enforcing the laws, you know what I suggest? Take the law book upstairs up on the 3rd floor, give it to the janitor, have him throw it in the barrel, and light a fire with it, because it's no good.
All right. This is set for public participation. These names are going to be submitted for the record. And now we're going to proceed with we're going to go to the top of the agenda. Our next item is communication from the mayor. And under this section of the agenda, we have item 4224, which is the 2024 State of the City Address by our Mayor, Brian De Peña.
Este es el mismo alcalde del este. ¿Cuál es el? Del este.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, City Council member. Buenas noches, Presidente del Consejo Municipal, Giovanni Rodríguez. Miembros del Consejo Municipal, Secretaria Municipal, Elin Bernal. A todos nuestros residentes de la ciudad de Loren, todos nuestros dedicados empleados de la ciudad de Loren, gracias por estar aquí esta noche. mis compañeros lorencianos. Gracias.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, City Council President Giovanni Rodriguez, members of the City Council, City Clerk Eileen Bernal, to all our Lawrenceian residents, and all our dedicated City of Lawrence employees. Thank you all so much for being here.
Es un honor para mí, con motivo de mi tercer discurso de rendición de cuentas, brindarles a todos los lorencianos una descripción general de los logros de mi administración durante el año pasado e informar a la vez sobre el progreso y mis prioridades para este nuevo año. Como estadounidenses, estamos orgullosos de esta tradición porque demuestra que nuestra democracia funciona y que nuestro pueblo debe ser parte del proceso en la toma de decisión. Permítanme recordarles, pueblo mío, la promesa que le hice, que ustedes, el pueblo, serán siempre el centro de mi gobierno. De ahí mi lema, ahora le toca al pueblo.
It is my honor, on the occasion of my third State of the City address, to provide all Laurentians with an overview of my administration's accomplishments over the past year and to inform the people of the progress of my priorities for this new year. As Americans, we are proud of this tradition because it shows that our democracy works and that our people must be part of the decision-making process. Let me remind you, my people, of the promise I made you, that you, the people, will always be the center of my government. As I said before on my slogan, now it's the people's turn.
Council President? Council President?
Yes, Councilor Plant.
This is working as long as the individual who is supposed to be doing the translating is doing it consecutively, and it was working for the first part of the mayor's speech. It is unnecessary for this councilor to listen to Mr. Castillo, as great as he's doing with his job, is being redundant, because if I just hear it on here, we'll get out of here before midnight tonight.
Yeah, the main reason as of why he's translating is not necessarily for the people that are here, but the people that are on the transmission through Facebook and YouTube. So we need the translation. And for the TV as well.
Thank you, President Council. Esta noche me complace anunciar que el año pasado, a pesar de la expectativa pesimista de los pronósticos económicos, nuestra economía local ha crecido de manera constante y el estado de la ciudad, bajo mi liderazgo, vuelve a estar en buen camino. De hecho, está mucho mejor que en décadas. Cuando presté juramento hace más de 2 años para ser su alcalde, lo hice con entusiasmo para cumplir mi promesa de construir un Lawrence próspero para todos nosotros, reforzar una ciudad abandonada con una infraestructura vieja, sin plan económico, sin esperanza y con una reputación un poco empañada. Mi promesa fue clara: remodelar el destino de Lawrence. Entendí los desafíos y cuán inmensa sería la tarea de superarlos, especialmente considerando la mentalidad que era imposible un cambio.
Tonight, I'm happy to announce that last year, despite the pessimistic expectations of economic forecasters, our local economy has grown steadily, and the state of the city under my leadership is once again in good shape. In fact, in better shape than it was in decades. When I took the oath of office over 2 years ago to serve as your mayor, I did so with enthusiasm to deliver on my promise to build a prosperous Lawrence for all of us. To bolster a neglected city with, again, infrastructure, not economic plan, no hope, with established reputation. My promise was clear: reshape the destiny of Lawrence. I understood the challenges and how immense an undertaking it would be to overcome them, especially considering the status of mindset of no change.
Hoy me enorgullece decir que estamos reduciendo la brecha y acercándonos mucho más al cumplimiento de mi promesa al pueblo de prosperidad y transformación económica. Nuestra gente está notando el progreso y está feliz y esperanzada. Lo sé porque tengo un vínculo especial con la comunidad. Durante los últimos 2 años me he dedicado a escuchar las preocupaciones y la queja de nuestro pueblo. A pesar de las críticas por reunirme con los electos, los viernes me he reunido con miles de lorencianos para abordar sus quejas. De hecho, hasta la fecha hemos atendido 1.674 personas durante cada viernes. Hemos escuchado denuncias. Este es un testimonio de mi compromiso de ser un líder accesible y receptivo, y continuaré priorizando las necesidades de nuestra comunidad en los años venideros.
Today, I am proud to say that we are narrowing the gap and getting much closer in achieving my promise to the people of economic prosperity and transformation. Our people are noticing the progress, and they are happy and hopeful. I know this as I'm a special bond with the community. Over the past 2 years, I have been dedicated to hearing out the concerns and complaints of our people. Despite the criticism of meeting constituents on Fridays, I have met with thousands of Laurentians to address their grievances. In fact, to date, I have acted on 1,674 complaints. This is a statement to my commitment to begin an accessible and responsible leader, and I will continue to prioritize the needs of our community in the years to come.
Como su alcalde, sigo su mandato. Me estoy asegurando de que seamos buenos administradores de las finanzas de la ciudad, recaudando nuestros impuestos, pagando nuestra factura, no malgastando y llevando a cabo una planificación estudiosa para el futuro. Y mientras sea alcalde de esta ciudad, garantizaré a la gente responsabilidad, prudencia financiera y una administración impulsada por la acción. Y es evidente, durante 2 años consecutivos, la administración pudo equilibrar el presupuesto de nuestra ciudad sin imponer una carga financiera a nuestros residentes. Recordemos que antes de que fuera elegido, muchos pensaban que eso era imposible, que aumentar los impuestos era inevitable, especialmente considerando las desafortunadas circunstancias del COVID-19. Ahora saben que estaban completamente equivocados.
As your mayor, I am following your mandate. I am making sure that we are being good stewards of the city's finances, collecting our taxes, paying our bills, not overspending and conducting studious planning for the future. And while I am the mayor of this city, I will guarantee the people accountability, finance prudence, and an action-driven administration. And it is evident. During the 2 consecutive years, my administration was able to balance our city budget without placing the finance burden on our residents. Let's remember many thought this was impossible to achieve. That increase in taxes was inevitable, especially considering the unfortunate circumstances of COVID-19.
En 2023, mi gestión arrojó un número importante de logros. Me gustaría que se unieran a mí para celebrarlos mientras los reviso con ustedes. Sin embargo, antes de hacerlo, deseo tomar un momento para agradecer desde el fondo de mi corazón a todos los empleados de nuestra ciudad por su dedicación y arduo trabajo, como dice el proverbio africano. Un hombre no puede sentarse solo a planificar la prosperidad.
In 2023, my administration brought forth a significant number of achievements. I would like you to join me in celebrating them while I go through them with you. However, before I do so, I would like to take a moment to thank all our city employees from the bottom of my heart for their dedication and hard work. For as the African proverb says, a man cannot sit down alone to plan for prosperity.
Y como nos recuerda perfectamente John Maxwell, ningún líder puede lograr algo grande o duro solo.
And as John Maxwell perfectly reminds us, no leader can ever achieve anything great or long-lasting alone.
Ahora me gustaría invitarlos, presidente del consejo, concejales todos, invitados a sumarse conmigo para brindarles a nuestros empleados un gran aplauso por su gran esfuerzo. Por favor, un aplauso a la presidenta.
And now I would like to invite you all, City Council Presidents, City Councilors, and guests, to join me in giving our powerhouse a great round of applause for their great effort. Thank you.
En la parte superior de la lista de los logros del año pasado estuvo la certificación del Departamento de Ingresos que la Reserva de Free Cash de la ciudad de Lawrence al 1 de julio del 2023 eran de $43.3 millones de dólares, la más alta en la historia de la ciudad. De hecho, mi administración ha batido su propio récord en comparación con el año pasado. Estas reservas permitirán a la ciudad completar la nueva construcción de la escuela Oliver y Leahy, la nueva estación de policía y otros proyectos de infraestructura necesarios. Completar proyectos de capital de esta magnitud sin una anulación de la deuda es un logro. Es un logro notable y la administración de muchas comunidades de Massachusetts.
At the top of the list of these accomplishments, last year was the certification by the Department of Revenue that the city's free cash reserves on July 1st, 2024 were $43.3 million, the highest in the city history, and in fact, my administration has broken its own record compared to last year. These reserves will allow the city to complete the construction of the Oliver and Leahy School and building the new police station and other needed infrastructure projects. Completing capital projects of this magnitude without a debt override with a noteworthy accomplishment and highly regarded within the many Massachusetts communities.
Otro logro importante en el 2023 fue la finalización exitosa de una auditoría independiente que mostró mejoras sustanciales y el aumento en las calificaciones de los bonos de la ciudad de A a A+ o A+, por parte de la Agencia de Calificaciones de Bonos Standard & Poor's. Una calificación de bonos más alta atrae a más inversionistas a la ciudad y reduce significativamente el interés que la ciudad paga al pedir préstamos para futuros proyectos de capital. Standard & Poor's elogió el esfuerzo de mi administración citando lo siguiente: la orientación proporcionada por un equipo de administración bien experimentado para las prácticas financieras continuas que resultan en una mejor continuidad de la situación financiera de la ciudad.
Another major achievement in 2024 was the successful completion of an independent audit showing substantial improvements and the increase in the city's bond rating from A to A+ to the highest qualification by Standard & Poor's bond rating agency. A higher bond rating attracts more investors to the city and significantly reduce the interest the city will pay when borrowing for future capital projects. S&P commended my administration efforts by saying the following: the guidance provided by a well-seasoned management team for the ongoing financial practices resulting in continually improving financial position.
La capacidad de recaudación de impuestos no utilizada de la ciudad de 13 millones de dólares es otro reflejo positivo de los esfuerzos de mi administración para mejorar la salud financiera de la ciudad. Los valores tasados en la ciudad están aumentando y las tasas de impuestos a la propiedad ha sido disminuida debido al continuo desarrollo económico de la ciudad. La inversión de los fondos de la ciudad continúan generando un importante aumento de los ingresos por intereses. En el año fiscal 2023, los intereses devengados ascendieron a 7 millones de dólares y recaudaron una cifra récord de 590,000 dólares en impuestos atrasados. Asimismo, el año tras año hemos ido disminuyendo los embargos fiscales municipales. Para 2023 pudimos reducir a un récord de un 31%.
The city's unused tax level capacity of $13 million is another positive reflection of my administration's efforts in providing the city's financial health. Many values in the city were increasing and property tax rates have declined due to continued economic development in the city. Investment of city funds continues to yield a significant increase in interest income. In the fiscal year 2023, interest earned stood at $7 million and collected a record of $590,000 in taxes. Likewise, year after year, we have been decreasing the city tax lane. For 2023, we were able to reduce it at a record of 31%.
Pasando al sector privado, diré que tenemos una buena noticia que compartir. Nuestras empresas locales han experimentado un crecimiento sólido. La inversión en la manufactura alcanzó un máximo histórico y el crecimiento del empleo a un ritmo estable. Nuestro sector de pequeñas empresas está creciendo a un ritmo constante y nuevo. Se está mudando una cantidad considerable de negocios, abriendo sus negocios en la ciudad de Lawrence, ampliando nuestra fuerza laboral. Me gustaría recordarles que cuando asumí el cargo, la tasa de desempleo se encontraba en un nivel récord de 7.5%. Bajo mi administración, las cifras cayeron a un mínimo histórico en el 2023 a un 4.6%. Sin embargo, en los últimos meses, esta cifra ha aumentado ligeramente, considerando el cierre de muchas tiendas minoritarias debido al aumento de la compra online de los consumidores, un fenómeno que se ha venido registrando a nivel nacional y mundial.
Moving now to the private sector, I will say we have good news to share. Our local companies have experienced a robust growth with manufacturing investment reaching a historic high and job growth at a stable pace. Our small business sector is growing at a steady pace where new entrepreneurs are moving and opening their businesses in Lawrence, expanding our workforce. I would like to remind the people that when I took office, the unemployment rate was at a record high of 7.5%. Under my administration, the numbers dropped to a low record in 2023 to 4.6%. However, in recent months, this number slightly rose considering the closing of many retail stores due to the increase of consumer online purchases. This phenomenon occurs national and worldwide.
Cuando hablamos de crecimiento de empleo, no debemos ignorar a nuestras familias trabajadoras de Lawrence. Estamos orgullosos de ustedes, los hombres y mujeres de Lawrence que se han sacrificado a diario y quienes en la gran mayoría se levantan bien temprano. Cada día dejan sus hijos su mayor regalo, el regalo más valioso en la vida, que son tus hijos, durante largas horas para ganar la vida. No olviden, compañeros lorencianos, que soy consciente y comprendo su dolor al dejar sus hijos para ir a trabajar. Sé que la mayoría de ustedes tienen más de un trabajo para poder cubrir los crecientes costos de las necesidades básicas de la vida. He estado allí y estoy con ustedes ahora. Me gustaría hacer saber esta noche que mi administración está comprometida a ayudar a nuestras familias. Mi administración invirtió más de 4.5 millones de dólares en los últimos 2 años en cuidado infantil, permitiendo a las familias trabajadoras un mayor acceso a un cuidado infantil confiable, asequible a la vez. No queremos que los padres sientan que deben elegir entre cuidar a sus hijos e ir a trabajar.
When we talk about job growth, we must not ignore our hardworking families of Lawrence. We are proud of the men and women of Lawrence who sacrifice yourselves on a daily basis, and most of you in the crack of dawn. Every day you live your most valued gift in life, your children, for long hours to make a living. Do not forget, my fellow Lawrencians, that I am aware and understand your sacrifice. That most of you are working more than one job to meet the rising cost of basic necessities of life. I have been there, and I stand with you now. I would like to make it known tonight that my administration is committed to helping our working families. My administration invested more than $4.5 million in the past 2 years for child care, allowing working families greater access to reliable and affordable child care. We do not want parents to feel as they must choose between caring for their children and work.
En 2023 he cumplido otra promesa mía de aumentar los salarios de todos los empleados de la ciudad, de todos, para garantizar una compensación competitiva y evitar que los trabajadores preparados se vayan a otra ciudad. Los salarios y los beneficios de nuestra ciudad para los empleados sindicalizados y no sindicalizados se han quedado atrás en comparación con otras ciudades dentro del Commonwealth, lo que le ha costado a la ciudad miles de dólares en costos generales. Estos dólares podrían invertirse en capacitación y acreditación del personal de nuestra ciudad. Otro logro considerable es el de obra pública. Cuando asumí el cargo, mi administración se enfrentaba a una infraestructura insuficientemente mantenida y en gran medida ineficiente, una financiación mínima y una acumulación de proyectos de capital envejecido. Vi enormes oportunidades y busqué la aprobación del Consejo Municipal para inyectar dólares de impuestos adicionales para mejoras necesarias en toda la infraestructura de nuestra ciudad.
In 2023, I have fulfilled another promise of mine to raise all city employees' salaries to ensure a competitive compensation and retain qualified workers from leaving. Our city salaries and benefits for non-unions and union employees have fallen behind compared to other cities within the Commonwealth, costing the city thousands of dollars in overhead costs. These dollars could be invested in training and credentialing of city personnel. Another considerable achievement goes to the public works. When I took office, my administration was faced with an under-maintained and inefficient infrastructure, minimal funding, and a backlog of capital projects. I saw tremendous opportunities and thought of the approval of the City Council to infuse additional dollars for needed infrastructure improvements.
Al aprovechar los fondos, pude implementar nuevas iniciativas para ayudar a controlar los costos y reducir el cronograma de los proyectos de capital emprendidos por la ciudad. La prioridad ha sido incluir la modernización y la racionalización de procesos de adquisiciones, digitalización de registro, fomentación en el uso ampliado de contratos de diseño y construcción. Y esto aceleró el tiempo de revisión inicial de un proyecto, minimizando los cambios en el alcance del trabajo a través de una mejor planificación. Hoy mi administración ha construido un aumento de 8% en la financiación de nuestros proyectos de infraestructura. Ahora tenemos un total de más de 324 millones de dólares asegurados. Esto se manifiesta en muchos proyectos que se han venido construyendo a diario en la ciudad. Por ejemplo, la escuela Oliver y las leyes.
By leveraging funds, I was able to implement new initiatives to help control cost and reduce the timeline of capital projects undertaken by the city. Priorities have included the modernization and streamlining of the procurement process, digitalization of records, encouraging the expandable use of design-build contracts, and speed out a project's initial review time, minimizing the scope of work changes through better planning. Today, my administration has secured an 8% increase in funding for our public infrastructure projects. Now we have a total of over $324 million secured. This is manifest in many projects that you see under construction on a daily basis in the city, for example, the Oliver and Leahy schools.
Hasta la fecha, hemos repavimentado 128 calles en toda la ciudad y hemos reparado 2 millones en acera para una inversión combinada de más de 6.4 millones de dólares. Se trata de la gestión de calles reparadas con mayor número en la historia de la ciudad, en décadas terminadas en un tiempo récord. Lawrence es una ciudad impulsada por la comunidad y tenemos la obligación de proporcionar una base adecuada para una vida productiva a través del crecimiento y el desarrollo integral. Mi promesa a la gente de Lawrence fue mejorar y ampliar los parques existentes, elevar el nivel de vida y cuidar la salud y el ambiente de nuestra gente, nuestra comunidad y nuestro ecosistema.
Today we have repaved 128 streets throughout the city and 20 million in sidewalk repaired for a combined investment of over 6.4 million. This is one of the highest number of streets repaired in the city in many decades and completed in a record time. Lawrence is a community-driven city, and we have an obligation to provide a fit foundation for productive lives through holistic growth and development. My promise to the people of Lawrence was to improve and expand existing parks, raising the standard of living and care for the health and well-being of our people, our community, and our ecosystem.
Y eso exactamente lo que estamos haciendo. Hoy estamos orgullosos de decir que nos llevó menos de 2 años mejorar parques abandonados durante décadas e invertimos más de 3.9 millones en mejorarlos. La mayor parte de estos fondos se gastaron para reparar O'Neill Park, Stoughton Park, Storrow Park, Reservatorio Park, Donovan Park, Cronin Park, mejorando los lugares de recreación, iluminación, áreas de esparcimiento, incluidos esfuerzos de embellecimiento con plantación de árboles y flores y compra de nuevos equipos para el disfrute público, especialmente nuestros niños. Los mayores gastos de capital fueron para el Stoughton Park, Storrow Park, Reservatorio y Cronin Park. Quiero agradecer la buena idea del presidente concejal Giovanni Rodríguez en la remodelación del reservatorio, sugiriéndome que ponga máquinas para que la gente pueda hacer ejercicio. Ahí, como lo pueden ver en la pantalla, se hizo este complejo y ahí se pusieron esas máquinas que ustedes ven en la sugerencia del concejal presidente. Agradezco sus ideas. También quiero agradecer al concejal Marla Plan y a la concejal Alash, Selina Reyes y Ana Levy por el desempeño, el interés y la ayuda que proporcionaron en la remodelación del Stoughton Park. También quiero agradecer a la concejal vicepresidenta Stephanie Infante, también por la gran idea de que en el parque que todos ustedes conocen, que está en la calle Andover, que se llama Donovan Park. Fue una idea de la concejal. También aprovechamos la oportunidad y ampliamos el parque a una dimensión que triplica la capacidad y el tamaño de aquel parque. Y también, concejal Gregorio Rosario, quien afanosamente luchó para que el parque que es el Cronin Park, que está en su vecindario, podamos nosotros también prestarle atención a ese vecindario y remodelar de manera eficiente ese parque, incluyendo otros proyectos que se vienen haciendo en esos vecindarios a petición de cada concejal que ha hecho petición en su debido momento.
And that's exactly what we are doing. Today, we are proud to say that it took us less than 2 years to upgrade decades-long of neglected parks and invested over $3.9 million in upgrades. Most of the funding were expended to repair O'Neill Park, Stockton Park, Storrow Park, Reservoir Park, Donovan Park, and Cronin Park. Improving playgrounds, lighting, fields, beautification efforts with planting of trees and flowers, and the purchase of new equipment for the public to enjoy, especially our children. The largest capital expertise went to Stockton Park with $421,106. Stockton Park, $2,502,882. Reservoir Park, $795,000, and Cronin Park, $211,100. At this moment, I would like to thank City Council President Giovanni Rodriguez for the suggestions of the bikes for the people to do exercise in the reservoir area. I also want to thank Mr. Mark LaPlante, Councilor Mark LaPlante, and Councilors at large, Selina Reyes and Ana Levy, for their performance and interest in the repair of Stockton Park. I also want to thank Council Vice President Stephanie Infante and Councilor Gregory del Rosario for bringing concerns regarding the repair of Donovan and Cronin Parks to our office.
Debo señalar en la noche de hoy y recordar que cuando tomé mi administración, y eso no lo tiene mi compañero allí, en el Departamento de Agua, los concejales del año pasado, de ese año cuando yo comencé, recuerden, tuvieron que aprobar a petición de su alcalde $3 millones para poder sostener el Departamento de Agua.
I also want to say tonight, and this is not on the speech reading right now, and he's trying to do it hard for me, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the Water Department was not having enough money to do the job every day. They had ¿tuvieron, perdón? ¿13 millones de dólares?
No, el Consejo aprobó $3 millones para rescatar el Departamento de Agua.
The City Council approved $3 million to make the job happen at the Water Department.
Hoy, en el Departamento de Agua y Alcantarillado, logramos cerrar el 2023 con $3.127.978.72 en utilidades retenidas. Esta cantidad ha aumentado significativamente desde el cierre del año fiscal 2022 de 184.333.
Tonight, I also want to say in the Water and Sewer Department, we were able to close out the 2023 with $3,127,978.72 in return earnings. This amount is up significantly since the closeout of fiscal year 2022 of $114,842.
La pavimentación de la calle West se completó dentro del presupuesto con un costo total de $193,741.3. Otro éxito notable del año pasado en materia de obras públicas fue como pudimos superar en la recolección de nuestros residuos sólidos municipales. Este cambio notable ha reducido dramáticamente la cantidad de tiempo que la basura permanece en las aceras, mejorando la limpieza de esta ciudad. Esto es parte del compromiso continuo de mi administración de limpiar más nuestra ciudad y atraer más inversiones. Ahora tenemos menos quejas de nuestros residentes. Continuaremos recogiendo cualquier deficiencia hasta que logremos mejoría. Agradezco a Capital West Service Incorporado por el trabajo tan bien hecho que vienen haciendo. Pasando al tema de seguridad pública, el Departamento de Policía de Lawrence tiene toda mi atención por la importancia que tiene para hacer que nuestros residentes se sientan seguros y aumentar la confianza de los inversionistas. El año pasado, nuestro Departamento de Policía, que cuenta con pocos personal, recibió 66.316 llamadas de servicio, de las cuales 46.585 fueron llamadas del 911.
West Street paving has been completed under budget with a total of cost of $193,741. Another significant success last year to the public works was how we were able to outperform the collection of our municipal solid waste. This notable change has drastically reduced the amount of time trash is left on the curb in providing cleanliness. This is part of my administration's ongoing commitment to continue cleaning Lawrence and attracting more investments. Now we have fewer complaints from our residents. We will continue to correct any deficiencies until we get it right. I thank Capital West Service for a great job. Moving now to the subject of public safety. The Lawrence Police Department has my admiration and attention for the importance it has in making our residents feel safe and to boost investor confidence. Last year, our understaffed police department received 66,316 phone calls for service, to which 46,585 were 911 phone calls.
A pesar del tremendo trabajo de nuestro personal encargado de hacer cumplir la ley y los avances que hemos logrado en seguridad pública, ustedes y yo sabemos que el problema de las drogas y el crimen organizado relacionado entre sí siguen amenazando a nuestros vecindarios. Como me dijo una vez un abogado, cito: hola Brian, a estas alturas todos deberíamos conocer a cada delincuente por su nombre. Y tenía razón. Consolidar la estructura de aplicación de la ley en respuesta a esta amenaza es una prioridad clave de mi administración. El año pasado comencé un fortalecimiento multifacético de la vigilancia comunitaria del Departamento de Policía de la ciudad de Loren para aumentar el patrullaje en nuestras áreas más problemáticas. Era necesario introducir cambios en el nivel superior del departamento para garantizar que se ejecute de inmediato un plan de acción para abordar las situaciones de seguridad relacionadas con las operaciones ilegales de vehículos recreativos, o sea, las motoras, la música alta, las personas sin hogar o cualquier otro tipo de delito en la ciudad de Loren. Los ciudadanos de Loren necesitan sentirse seguros y los contribuyentes de la ciudad lo exigen. Y yo, como su alcalde, me aseguraré de que nuestra gente esté segura. El plan de acción que propongo implica construir una relación más fuerte y productiva entre la comunidad, la empresa y el departamento de policía. Necesitamos luchar colectivamente contra el crimen y evitar que nuestros jóvenes sean reclutados e introducidos en las pandillas y delitos violentos. El plan ayudará a identificar qué está mal en nuestro método policial y eliminar cualquier barrera que exista que interfiera con la protección y el servicio a la comunidad y a la captura de delincuentes. La conclusión es que los residentes quieren más presencia policial en la ciudad.
Despite the tremendous work of our law enforcement personnel and advances we have made in public safety, you and I know that the drug problem and related organization crime is still menacing our neighborhoods. Like an attorney once told me, "Hey Brian, by now we should know every crook by name," and he is right. Consolidating law enforcement structures in response to these threats is a key priority of my administration. This past year, I began multi-phase of the Loren Police Department community policy to increase patrol in our most troubled areas. It was necessary to introduce changes at the top level of the department to ensure an action plan was executed immediately to address the safety issues regarding the illegal operation of recreational vehicles, loud music, homelessness, or any type of crime in the city of Lawrence. Laurentians need to feel safe, and the city taxpayers are demanding it. And I, as your mayor, will make sure that our people are safe. The action plan I'm proposing entails building a stronger and more productive relationship between the community, businesses, and the police department. We need to collectively fight crime and prevent our youth from being recruited and introduced to gangs and violent crime. The plan will help identify what is wrong from our policy method and eliminate whatever barriers exist that interferes with protecting, serving the community, and from criminals. The bottom line is residents want more police presence in the city.
He ordenado a nuestro recién nombrado jefe interino de policía, William Castro, una persona de gran experiencia en este tema, que fomente una mayor colaboración interinstitucional con nuestras agencias policiales especializadas, locales, estatales y federales, y la oficina del fiscal del distrito. Tengo la plena confianza en la capacidad del jefe interino para tener éxito en esta tarea, ya que tiene una experiencia más que amplia trabajando con estas agencias especializadas en su carrera policial para desmantelar cualquier organización ilícita en nuestra ciudad. Como resultado de estos cambios recientes en el departamento, estamos experimentando resultados positivos. Los arrestos aumentaron en un 20%, los robos disminuyeron en un 26%, el asalto y agresión doméstica disminuyeron en un 30%, el robo a comercio se redujo en un 57%, los delitos graves de hurto disminuyeron en un 11%, la detención aumentaron un 13% y el robo bajó en un 13%.
I have directed our newly appointed interim police chief, William Castro, a person of great experience in this subject, to foster more intelligence collaboration with our local, state, and federal specialized law enforcement agencies and the district attorney's office. I have full confidence in the provisional chief's abilities to succeed with this task, and he has more than ample experience working with these specialized agencies in his law enforcement career to track any illicit organizations. As a result of these recent changes in the department, we are experiencing positive results. For example, arrests increased by 20%, burglary down at 26%, domestic assault and battery down 30%, commercial burglary down by 57%, felony larceny down by 11%, arrest increased by 13%, robbery down 13%.
A pesar de que el año pasado tuvimos 2 muertes más que el año anterior,
even though we have 2 deceased last year than the year before,
el crimen en términos general,
the crime in general terms,
tuvo una reducción.
Has reduced.
También estoy muy agradecido de nuestro fiscal del distrito, el señor Paul Toque. El año pasado el señor Toque proporcionó al Departamento de Policía la iniciativa de Comunidades Seguras, que condujo a la incautación de casi 2.000 gramos de cocaína, más de 100 gramos de fentanil y más de 100 arrestos. Gracias, señor Toque, por su continuo apoyo y compromiso con la comunidad de Lawrence. Sin embargo, soy consciente de que integrar nuevas estrategias no sirve de nada si no levantamos la moral de nuestros agentes encargados de hacer cumplir la ley. El año pasado, mi personal, el jefe interino Castro y yo mantuvimos varias reuniones con el local 125 del Sindicato de Patrulleros de Lawrence, tomando nota de sus preocupaciones sobre los bajos salarios, la rotación de personal y los equipos obsoletos. Como ellos mismos pueden atestiguar, mi administración ha llevado negociaciones justas con sincera empatía hacia sus preocupaciones.
I'm also very thankful to our district attorney, Mr. Paul Tucker. Last year, Mr. Tucker provided the police department with the Safer Communities Initiative, which led to the final result of nearly 2,000 grams of cocaine, over 1,000 grams of fentanyl, and over 100 arrests. Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for your continued support and commitment to the Lawrence community. Nevertheless, I am very consignant that integrating new strategies is worthless, and we do not build the morale of our law enforcement officers. In the past year, my staff, intern, Chief Castro, and I held several meetings with the Lawrence Patrolman Union Local 125, taking notes of their concerns and low wages. staff turnover, and outdated equipment. As they can attest themselves, my administration has led fair negotiations with heart-left empathy to their concerns.
Recientemente compramos nuevos vehículos de patrulla, equipos actualizados, y el sindicato de patrulleros y yo firmamos un contrato histórico que está listo para ser presentado a nuestro ayuntamiento para su aprobación. Este importante logro es un testimonio de la buena voluntad de mi administración, el aprecio por nuestros agentes del orden y el máximo deseo de hacer avanzar al Departamento de Policía. Me gustaría decirle al local 125 del Sindicato de Patrulleros de Lawrence, ustedes han peleado, he escuchado y le he cumplido. Un agradecimiento a todos nuestros oficiales de patrulla por su arduo trabajo y servicio continuo para proteger y servir a los residentes de Lawrence. Felicitaciones por un contrato bien merecido. Mano a la obra.
Recently, we purchased new cruisers, updated equipment, and the Patrols Union and I signed a historic contract that is ready to be presented to our City Council for approval. This important achievement is a testament of my administration's goodwill, appreciation for our law enforcement officers, and utmost desire to move the police department forward. I would like to say to the Lawrence Patrol Union Local 125, you have appealed, I have listened, and I have delivered. A thank you goes to all our patrol officers for their hard work and continued service in protecting and serving the residents of Lawrence. Congratulations on a well-deserved contract. Let's get to work.
Con respecto al Departamento de Bomberos, me complace informar que en el 2023 la ciudad experimentó el número más bajo de incendios en muchos años, con solo 36 incendios activos o más, lo que significa múltiples alarmas. Esto se atribuye a las numerosas renovaciones y mejoras que están realizando los propietarios que actualmente sobre sus propiedades. La gente invierte porque siente que se están produciendo cambios para mejorar la ciudad. La prevención de incendios y los permisos en la ciudad generaron más de $500,000 en el 2023. El departamento también recibió una ayuda para un nuevo camión de bomberos. Quiero tomarme un momento, tal como es el caso de Lawrence Patrol Union, para felicitar la Unión de Bomberos Local 146 por su nuevo contrato. He cumplido mi promesa a ustedes, queridos bomberos de Lawrence, de ofrecerles una compensación y beneficios competitivos y conquistas que le habían quitado en el pasado, para mantenerlos aquí con nosotros, para que ustedes puedan brindar una vida digna a sus familias.
Regarding the fire department, I am happy to report that in 2023, the city experienced the lowest number of fires in many years, with only 36 working fires or greater, meaning multiple alarms. This is attributed to the numerous renovations and improvements owners are performing on their properties. People are investing because they are feeling that the changes are happening for the better. Fire prevention and permitting in the city brought in over $500,000 in 2023. The department also received a grant for a new fire truck. Now I want to take a moment, just as the case of the Lawrence Patrol Union, to congratulate the Lawrence Firefighters Union Local 146 on their new contract. I have kept my promise to the Lawrence firefighters to offer you a competitive compensation and benefits that were taken away in the past and brought back to keep you here with us while you can provide a decent living for your families.
En el Departamento de Planificación Comunitaria y Desarrollo Económico están sucediendo muchas cosas. Actualmente el departamento está supervisando la demolición de la planta de Peppermint y el sitio de Tomborelo. Se están completando actividades de reacondicionamiento en estos dos sitios arruinados y contaminados. La demolición en Merrimack Pepper está completa y el suelo actualmente se está probando y limpiando para reutilizarlo futuramente como un desarrollo de uso combinado en 2024. La Comisión de Planificación del Merrimack Valley está evaluando actualmente el potencial del sitio de Tomborelo como parque empresarial comercial. Esta propiedad se encuentra en su actual estado de abandono desde hace décadas, sin perspectiva de desarrollo. Agradecemos a la Comisión de Planificación del Merrimack Valley y a sus líderes, Gerard White, por su continuo apoyo en todos nuestros esfuerzos de desarrollo.
In the Planning, Community, and Economic Development departments, there is a lot happening. At present, the department is overseeing the demolition of the Merrimack paper plant and the Tomborelo site. Remediation activities are being completed on these two blighted and contaminated sites. The demolition of the Merrimack paper is complete, and the soil is currently being tested and cleaned for future reuse as a future mixed-use development in 2024. Merrimack Valley Planning Commission is currently evaluating the Tomborelo site's potential as a commercial business park. These properties have been in their current state of abandonment for decades, without any prospects for development. We want to thank the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission and their leader, Gerard Whiten, for their continued support in all our development endeavors.
El departamento supervisó la adquisición de casi 60 diseños de construcción para varios proyectos de infraestructura de carretera con más DOT, incluida la intersección de la Merrimack Street, South Broadway, la intersección de Marston Street y la esquina East Haverhill, en la escuela Parton, el desarrollo de Lawrence, Rear Train y la realineación de Ansbury y calle de una vía a doble vía. Como ustedes saben, como parte de mi promesa con nuestros residentes y muy especialmente con nuestros jóvenes, ya pusimos en marcha el proyecto de música y arte ubicado en la calle East Haverhill. En el 2023, bajo mi dirección, el Departamento de Desarrollo Comunitario implementó un plan en toda la ciudad para abordar la falta de vivienda, la salud mental y el abuso en el tema de sustancia prohibida. Hay planes en marcha para utilizar tanto el ARPA Home de $3.1 millones como fondos de acuerdos de opioides de $650,000 para abordar esta crisis nacional durante mi administración. Hemos implementado una unidad de comportamiento utilizando fondos de la subvención de enfoque equitativo para seguridad pública y equipamiento de intervención en crisis que trabajan en conjunto con el Departamento de Desarrollo Comunitario para abordar problemas de salud mental y falta de vivienda en nuestra comunidad.
The department oversaw the acquisition of nearly 60 construction easements for several highway infrastructure projects with Mass DOT, including the Merrimack Street, South Broadway intersection, Marston Street, East Haverhill Street, intersection of the Parkview School, the development of the Lawrence Rail Trail, and the realignment of Amesbury Street from one-way to two-way street. As you know, as part of my promise to our residents, and especially to our young people, we have already launched the Music and Art Project located on Haver Street. In 2023, under my direction, the Community Development Department has implemented a citywide plan to address homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse. Plans are underway to use both the $3.1 million HOMARP and the $650,000 opioid settlement funds to address this national crisis. During my administration, I have also implemented a behavior unit utilizing grant funds from Equitable Approach to Public Safety Grant, and Crisis Intervention. This is a team that will work in conjunction with community development to address issues of mental health and homelessness in our community.
Igual de importante es dirigirnos a la crisis de opioides. Hemos lanzado un agresivo programa de opioides con socios comunitarios y profesionales médicos para brindar tratamiento, reducción de daños, asistencia de vivienda y recuperación. Estamos apoyando a las familias y a pequeñas empresas a través de ayudas departamentales como parte de nuestros esfuerzos de recuperación de la pandemia del COVID-19. Los fondos de Creando un Lawrence Próspero se están desembolsando a diferentes organizaciones comunitarias, asociaciones en toda la comunidad. Los siguientes socios han firmado un contrato totalmente ejecutado en el 2023 por un monto total de $1.830.000.
Equally important, we have launched an aggressive opioid program with community partners and medical professionals to provide treatment, harm reduction, housing assistance, and recovery. We are supporting families and small businesses through department grants as part of our COVID-19 pandemic recovery efforts. The Creating a Thriving Lawrence funds are being disbursed to different community partner organizations. The following partners have signed fully executed contract in 2023 for a total amount of $1,830,000.
En cuanto a nuestras agencias semipúblicas, como el Aeropuerto Municipal de Lawrence, la Biblioteca Pública de Lawrence, el Cementerio Bellevue y la Autoridad de Reubicación de Lawrence, me enorgullece informarles el desempeño excepcional de las 4 agencias durante el año fiscal 2023. En el Aeropuerto Municipal de Lawrence, los contratistas han complementado el proyecto de realización de las vías de acceso a las pistas de aterrizaje, un proyecto federal, estatal y municipal de $10.9 millones, que mejorará la seguridad de la pista del aeropuerto municipal. Mi oficina está avanzando en la negociación para la compra de un edificio de hangar en el aeropuerto con fin de albergar en el futuro el programa vocacional de estructura de aviación y planta de energía. Este es el segundo de su tipo en toda Nueva Inglaterra. El año pasado mejoramos la capacidad para el mantenimiento y conservación regular del recinto del aeropuerto, el diseño y planificación del proyecto de drenaje del aeropuerto para mejorar el mantenimiento del drenaje pluvial. Y pronto estaremos solicitando ofertas para un gerente de proyecto para supervisar la construcción del nuevo edificio de la terminal del aeropuerto.
Now turning to our quasi-public agencies such as the Lawrence Municipal Airport, Lawrence Public Library, the Bellevue Cemetery, and the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority, I am proud to report exceptional performance of all 4 agencies during the fiscal year 2023. At the Lawrence Municipal Airport, contractors have completed the taxiway realignment project, a $10.9 million federal, state, and municipal project which improves airport runway safety. My office is advancing negotiations for the purchase of an hangar building at the airport for the purposes of future home of the Aviation, Airframe, and Power Plant vocational program. This is the second of its type in New England. Last year, we purchased and replaced a John Deere front loader for the maintenance and regular upkeep for the airport grounds. The design and planning of the airport project to improve rainstorm drainage runoff. And soon we are soliciting bids for an owner project manager to replace the airport terminal building.
Hablando de avances, el compromiso de la Biblioteca Pública de Lawrence de servir a la comunidad ha dado resultados notables. Tuve el privilegio de atender a 62.992 usuarios en Lawrence, un aumento sustancial en comparación con el año fiscal anterior, donde atendimos a poco más de 42.000 usuarios. Además, nuestros programas patrocinados por la biblioteca han florecido, con una asistencia total de 16.286 usuarios que participan en 87 programas diversos. Estos programas incluyen serie de oradores, lecturas de autores, iniciativas de alfabetización, juegos, clases de inglés, apoyo a la ciudadanía, artes y manualidades, actividades y programas de ciencias, ingeniería y matemáticas, clubes de lectura y otros programas activos. Pasando a nuestro cementerio. Respetar y honrar a nuestros seres queridos sigue siendo una preocupación esencial de mi administración. Por tanto, el acceso regular al cementerio de la ciudad es crucial. Este es un factor importante al considerar el crecimiento demográfico y el desarrollo de la ciudad. El proyecto de ampliación del cementerio Bellevue se está construyendo mediante la apertura de nuevas tumbas. Nuestros veteranos tienen un lote nuevo que incluye la sección de veteranos de Vietnam para los servicios funerales y de sus familias. De igual forma, el proyecto de reformación en el cementerio avanza con la replantación de nuevos árboles para brindar más espacio verde y crear una fuente de purificación de aire limpio para la comunidad de Lawrence.
The Lawrence Public Libraries, now talking about progress. This commitment to serving the community has yielded remarkable results. Reporting submitted for fiscal year 2023 suggests that the library had the privilege of serving an outstanding of 62,992 patrons and a substantial increase compared to the previous fiscal year, where they served just over 42,000 patrons. Furthermore, our library sponsor programs have flourished, with a total attendance of 16,286 patrons participating in 87 diverse programs. These programs include a speaker series, author readings, initiatives, gaming, English classes, citizenship support, arts and craft, STEM activities, book clubs, and other engaging programs. In speaking about the city cemetery, respecting and more honoring our loved ones continue to be an essential concern of my administration. Therefore, regular access to the city's burial grounds is crucial. This is an important factor when considering population growth and development of the city. This expansion project of the burial grounds of the Bellevue Cemetery are being constructed by opening new grave sites. Our veterans have a new lot, including the Vietnam Veterans section for family burials. Similarly, the reforestation project at the cemetery is advancing with the replanting of new trees to provide more green space and creating a source of clean air purification for the community. Last year, I have ordered street resurfacing and sidewalk installation on Main Street, including repairs to the cemetery retaining wall to improve the appearance of the neighborhood. Repairs were on a cost-sharing basis with the Bellevue Cemetery.
El año pasado hicimos mejoras en la calle Main, al lado del cementerio, lo cual incluye las aceras, la repavimentación de las calles y la instalación de aceras, incluidas reparaciones al muro de contención del cementerio para mejorar la apariencia de esta zona. Las reparaciones se realizaron compartiendo costos con el cementerio Bellevue. Hablemos de desarrollo. La autoridad de reurbanización de Lawrence estuvo muy activa durante el 2023. La Junta, con la asistencia de consultores, se está preparando para la ejecución del plan de la última renovación urbana que estuvo entumecida durante 10 años. El propósito de formular un plan urbano no debe engavetarse. Este diseño para crear un clima y oportunidad para la inversión privada, estimular el crecimiento económico, mejorar y ampliar la oportunidad de desarrollo en el área. Lawrence es una comunidad de entrada, un portal para la vida, los negocios, la conectividad, la cultura, la gastronomía y el encaje de la economía regional.
If we keep talking about development, the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority was very active during 2023. The board, with the assistance of consultants, are preparing for the execution of the last urban renewal plan that was numbered for years. The purpose of formulating an urban plan is not be kept in a filing cabinet. It is designed to create a climate and opportunity for private investment, stimulating economic growth, and improve and expand development opportunities in the area. Lawrence is a getaway community, a portal for living, businesses, community, culture, gastronomy, and entering regional economies.
El Estado dice claramente, la renovación urbana es una estrategia para redesarrollar y rehabilitar áreas abiertas, áreas deficientes y decadentes y arruinadas en toda la ciudad para usos residencial, comerciales, industriales, gubernamentales, recreativos, educativos, hospitalarios u otros proyectos. Esta noche me comprometo a anunciar que próximamente estaremos subvaliciando a la autoridad con la tarea de convertir en uso productivo un promedio de siete propiedades en desarrollo, para desarrollar.
The state says it clearly, urban renewal is a strategy for redeveloping and revitalizing substandard, decadent and blighted open areas for residential, commercial, industrial, business, governmental, recreational, educational, hospital, and other uses. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that I have signed over 7 underused properties to the authority with the task of converting them into productive use.
Una aclaración pequeña en un pequeño error donde dice que he firmado, estamos en proceso de firmar. No se pudo completar el proceso, pero ya estaba escrito. En esta parte. No se firmaron.
We just want to acknowledge that on the part that says tonight I am pleased to announce that I have signed is that I have been into meetings to make it happen for that contract so far at the mayor's administration, at the mayor's office.
Una vez remodeladas, estas propiedades en el descuido traerán vitalidad económica y generarán ingresos fiscales sustanciales para la ciudad. Estoy cumpliendo mi plan de prosperidad económica, un lugar donde personas de todos los orígenes pueden vivir seguras, encontrar un trabajo digno y ser felices de socializar. Esperamos que la autoridad publique mañana o lo antes posible la invitación para presentar carta de interés de promotor o organización cualificados y experimentados interesados en la reubicación de las propiedades. Estoy emocionado porque este es el comienzo de una nueva era para la ciudad. Invitamos a los inversionistas a volver a su rostro hacia Lawrence, ya que somos una ciudad que avanza hacia el éxito. También me gustaría tomarme un momento para reconocer a nuestros grandes socios en desarrollo económico, la Cámara de Comercio del Merrimack, especialmente a su presidente, Joe Bevilacqua, al presidente, director ejecutivo, por su continuo apoyo y por posicionar a Lawrence en primer lugar en todos los eventos. Contamos con usted, señor Bevilacqua, que ahora más que nunca.
Once redeveloped, these blighted properties will bring economy, vibrancy, and generate substantial tax revenue for the city. I am fulfilling my economic prosperity plan, a place where people of all backgrounds can live safe, find a decent job, and easy to socialize. We expect the authority to publish as early as tomorrow for the invitation of letters of interest for equal life and experience developers or organizations interested in the redevelopment of the properties. I am excited for this in the beginning of a new era for the city. We invite investors to turn your face towards Lawrence as we are a city rising to success. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our great partners in economic development, the Merrimack Chamber of Commerce, especially Joseph Bevilacqua, the President and CEO, for their continued support and for positioning Lawrence first in all events. We count on you, Mr. Bevilacqua, now more than ever. I also would like to recognize Lawrence Partnership, la Federación Hispana de Comerciantes, Millsides Community Investment, and many others.
También quiero darles las gracias y el reconocimiento a Lawrence Partnership, a la Federación Hispana de Comerciantes y a Mill City Community Investment y a otras organizaciones. Esta noche quiero invitarlos a ustedes, miembros del Consejo, a trabajar en una nueva estrategia que permita a nuestros comerciantes poder obtener los fondos ya aprobados por este Consejo, cambiando la forma original de un préstamo a un grant, lo cual facilitaría el acceso a los $400,000 ya aprobados para nuestros comerciantes.
Tonight, I would like to invite all members of the Lawrence City Council to work on a new strategy that allows our local businesses to obtain the funds already approved by this council, changing the original form of a loan to a grant, which will facilitate access to the $400,000 already approved for our local businesses.
Respecto al tema del control sobre las escuelas, que ha sido tema de conversación durante los últimos 2 años, me gustaría informar a la gente que ha estado en varias conversaciones, he estado en conversaciones con funcionarios estatales, miembros del Consejo Municipal y con expertos en educación, trazando un plan de salida para poner fin a la administración del Estado. La educación, una prioridad de gran importancia para los padres. Como padre de familia, en mi administración hemos comenzado una búsqueda para un nuevo superintendente para asegurar en un camino encaminado nuestras escuelas hacia un camino de excelencia y conseguir para nuestros hijos e hijas un futuro próspero.
Regarding the subject of the school receivership, which has been the topic of conversation for the past 2 years, I would like to inform the people that I have been in several talks with the state officials, city council members, and with education experts, making an exit plan to end receivership. Education is greatly important to all parents. I know that. I'm a parent. Under my administration, we have begun the search for a new superintendent to lead our schools and ensure high achievement of excellence for our sons and our daughters.
Después de múltiples conversaciones, creo que hemos llegado a un consenso sobre el tema y en su mayor parte todos estamos de acuerdo en que ha llegado el momento de actuar. Por otra parte, si queremos control de las escuelas, debemos establecer una conversación más amplia con nuestros estudiantes, padres, funcionarios electos y la comunidad para garantizar una estrategia de transición cuidadosamente elaborada con un objetivo en mente, para colocar el logro académico de nuestros estudiantes al frente de cualquier plan.
After multiple conversations, I believe we have now reached a consensus on the subject, and for the most part, we all agree the time has come to act. Then again, if we want control, we should engage in a broader conversation with our students, parents, elected officials, and community to ensure a carefully crafted transmission strategy with one goal in mind: to place the academic achievement of our students in the forefront of any plan.
Quiero que mis compañeros lorencianos sepan que me estoy tomando este proceso muy en serio. Monitorearé cuidadosamente el progreso y haré todo lo posible para asegurar un resultado positivo que beneficie el crecimiento y el desarrollo futuro de nuestros hijos. Actualmente estamos trabajando arduamente en el proceso y la creación de un proceso que sea transparente e inclusive, el cual nos permita la elección de un superintendente que llene las expectativas y requisitos que nos ayude a la escogencia del mejor candidato para dirigir nuestras escuelas hacia el mejor futuro por muchos años.
I want my fellow Lawrencians to know that I am taking this process very seriously. I will carefully monitor the progress and will do my utmost best to ensure a positive outcome that benefit the future growth and development of our children. We are currently working hard on the process and creating a transparent and inclusive search which allows us to select a superintendent who meets the expectations and requirements that will help us choose the best candidate to lead our schools towards in the next coming years.
Damas y caballeros, mi administración está colaborando y trabajando mano a mano con nuestros socios comunitarios para lograr cambio en el tema de la salud. Tenemos la suerte de tener la mejor conexión y alianza con nuestro hospital local, lo que nos hace sentir apoyados y que no estamos solos en nuestros esfuerzos. La Junta Directiva del Lawrence General Hospital y la nueva directora ejecutiva, Abda Agrab, continúa desempeñando un papel fundamental para garantizar el alcance de la salud, mejorar la equidad en la salud y promover la tendencia de calidad para los residentes de la ciudad de Lawrence y todo el Maryland.
Ladies and gentlemen, my administration is engaging and working hand in hand with our community partners to effect change. We are fortunate to have the best connection and alliance with our local hospital, which makes us feel supported and not alone in our endeavors. The board of directors at Lawrence General Hospital and the new CEO, Ava Agrawal, continue to play an important role in ensuring health access, providing health equity, and advancing equal care for the residents of Lawrence and the Merrimack Valley region.
Otro socio vital es MEVA. Durante los últimos 2 años he estado trabajando muy de cerca con ellos para mejorar los servicios de transporte en la ciudad. Durante el último año, MEVA ha trabajado en asociación con nuestras autoridades de tránsito regional, asegurándose de que los residentes de Lawrence reciban el servicio de tránsito que necesitan y merecen. Además de tener tarifa gratuita, duplicaron los esfuerzos para todas las rutas de Lawrence, ampliaron el horario hasta alta hora de la noche, agregaron servicios los domingos y sumaron un servicio de transporte especial al Hospital de Veteranos en Bedford para garantizar que nuestros veteranos nunca se queden sin transportación. Incluso agregó un autobús expreso de verano desde Lawrence hasta la playa para ayudar a que el transporte público sea más acogedor para nuestra población tan diversa. Repintaron los autobuses con colores llamativos, inspirados en la zona colonial y el viejo San Juan, y agregaron el lema, vamos, próximo de la puerta de tu unidad. Y para que la espera del autobús sea más placentera, acaban de instalar 14 refugios distintivos y exclusivos en toda la ciudad de Lawrence, a diferencia de casi todas las demás autoridades de tránsito del país. El número de pasajeros de MIVA está en 60%, por encima de lo que era antes de la pandemia, mientras que las quejas de los clientes se han reducido en 1/3. Y como todos los excelentes servicios de MIVA son gratuitos, los residentes tienen más dinero en sus bolsillos para apoyar los negocios locales y otras actividades de la familia.
Another bit of partner is MIVA. During the last 2 years, I have been working with very closely with MIVA to better the transportation services in Lawrence. Over the last year, MIVA has worked in partnership with our Regional Transit Authority, making sure that Lawrence residents receive the transit service they need and deserve. In addition to outgoing fare-free, they double the frequencies for all Lawrence routes, extended service hours later into the evening, add Sunday service, and add a special van service to the VA hospital in Bedford to make sure that our veterans are never left behind. They even added Summer Express bus from Lawrence to the beach to help make public transit more welcoming to our diverse population. They repainted the buses in bold colors inspired by Zona Colonial and the Old San Juan, and also add the tagline, "Let's go above the door." And to make waiting for the bus more enjoyable, they just installed 14 distinctive signature shelters throughout the city of Lawrence. Unlike almost every other transit authority in the country, MIVA's ridership is 60% above where it was before the pandemic, while customer complaints are down by 1/3. And since all of the MIVA's great services are free, residents have more money in their pockets to expand at local Lawrence business and family activities.
El transporte público es lo que conecta a la persona con los empleos, la educación, la capacitación, las citas médicas y la vida diaria. Estamos muy orgullosos de asociarnos con MEVA para brindar el servicio de tránsito modelo que otras ciudades desearían tener. Me gustaría agradecer al director ejecutivo de MIVA, Noah Berger, por su ayuda a nuestros residentes.
Transit is what connects people to jobs, education, training, medical appointments, and daily living. We are so proud to partner with MIVA to provide a model transit service that other cities wish they had. I would like to thank MIVA Executive Director Noah Berger for helping our residents.
Para terminar, me gustaría recordarles a todos que los líderes de la ciudad no solo son responsables de administrar los aspectos financieros y físicos de los negocios de la ciudad, también tenemos una obligación moral por el bienestar general de nuestra comunidad, como lo he dicho explícitamente al asumir el cargo. No tengo miedo a las críticas, estoy en el cargo más alto de la ciudad para hacer mi trabajo con fidelidad y responsabilidad. Como habrán de escuchar esta noche, estamos reescribiendo la historia en Lawrence. Parece que hay ciertas personas que persisten en sus esfuerzos por confundir a nuestra comunidad y difundir informaciones erróneas que contradicen nuestro mensaje de prosperidad y esperanza para toda la ciudad, a pesar de nuestros mejores esfuerzos para combatir esa falsa idea.
In closing, I would like to remind us all that city leaders are not only responsible for administrating the financial and physical aspect of city business. We also have a moral obligation for the overall well-being of our community. As I have explicitly said, upon taking office, I am not afraid of criticism. I am in the highest office of this city to do my job faithfully and responsibly. As you may have heard tonight, we are writing history in Lawrence. It seems that there are certain individuals who persist in their efforts to confuse our community and spread misinformation that contradicts our message of prosperity and hope for the city, despite our best efforts to combat these falsehoods.
Sin embargo, aquellos de nosotros que sentimos un profundo afecto por esta ciudad, no nos dejaremos disuadir. Persistiremos en nuestro esfuerzo por impulsar el crecimiento, fomentar la innovación y construir un futuro que perdure para las generaciones venideras, ya sea ciudadanos de la ciudad, de la educación de nuestros niños y de los débiles como nuestros ancianos, ayudando a los desposeídos o a las personas con enfermedades mentales y otras discapacidades. También debemos tener un compromiso firme en construir una cultura de paz, sembrando armonía en el tejido de nuestra sociedad. Tenemos la obligación de esforzarnos para ser más resilientes y contrarrestar cualquier forma de odio, desigualdad, abuso y discriminación que amenace el sustento de nuestra ciudad. Necesitamos defender a nuestro pueblo de la práctica desleal en todas sus formas. Necesitamos comprometer a difundir continuamente el mensaje de amor dentro de nuestra comunidad para promover la bondad y la compasión. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches. Que Dios le bendiga. Dios bendiga la ciudad de Lawrence y los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica.
However, those of us who hold the deepest affection for this city will not be intimidated. We will persist in our efforts to drive growth, foster innovation, and build a future that will endure for generations to come. Whether it is caring for the education of our children and the frail such as our elderly, helping the less fortunate, for people with mental illness and other disabilities. We must also have a firm commitment in building a culture of peace and sowing harmony in the fabric of our society. We all have an obligation to push ourselves in becoming more resilient to counter any form of hate, inequality, abuse, and discrimination that threatens the livelihood of our city. We need to defend our people of unfair practices in all its forms. We need to pledge our commitment to continuously spread the message of love within our community to promote kindness and compassion. Thank you very much. God bless the city of Lawrence, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everyone. Yes, you want it right now? It's like not organized, right? Okay.
Can I get a motion to resist?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion to get out of recess. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilors, now we're going to go to the Personnel Committee. Item 0424, I'm looking for a motion to take it out of,
So moved.
Second.
so, Madam Chair from the, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair and Vice President of the Council, Stephanie Infante.
Thank you.
Zero four two four.
Everyone good? Through you, Council President. So the Personnel Committee met on January 29th, and we had item 0.04-24, filling a vacancy for School Committee C and District D, which we need to appoint or elect within the 30-day mark, which the 30th day will be on February 16th. Councilors, We sent this up, we sent this up with a recommendation in favor of two applicants, and I make that as a formal motion for further discussion.
Second. All right, there is a motion on the table, properly second, to accept two of the candidates that applied to this position, a school committee member, District D. The motion has been second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Discussion.
Madam Chair, from that, from that personnel committee, you may proceed.
Thank you. The two candidates that we have for the full body to interview and get to know this time, we have Sandra Edwards and Brenda Torres. Both of their resumes are included in your packets, and I do want to let the full council know that we had a total of 4 individuals apply for the District D School Committee seats. However, the other 2 applicants reside in South Lawrence in District E, which we did verify at the Personnel Committee level, so that officially disqualifies them for this position. And we did ask, with that being said, we did ask Sandra Edwards and Brenda Torres to be here today, and out of Council President, do you want me to just call one by one? Okay. At this time, I'm looking for Sandra Edwards.
Good evening, Sandra Edwards.
Sandra, nice to meet you, Sandra.
Nice to meet you all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, and the mic is yours when it comes to, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Council. Sandra Edwards, S-A-U-N-D-R-A, Edwards, E-D-W-A-R-D-S. I live on 493 Lowell Street, here in Lawrence, District D1.
Councilors, at this time, I will open the floor for the full body to ask questions. I do ask to keep the process fair, that we ask both candidates the same questions. I think to move the process along, Council President, through you, perhaps 5-question max for both individuals to keep this moving forward.
Yes, councilors, now you have the opportunity to ask questions. Both of the candidates going to answer the same question. And at the end of the questioning, we're going to take a motion to elect one of the 2 candidates, hopefully. And we're going to do that by names. So we're going to have both of the candidates, and you can pick one of the names. So at this point, councilors, I open the floor for questions for both of the candidates. Madam Chair, do you mind introducing the other candidates as well?
Do you want to do it at the same time, both? Yeah. Okay. Yes. The other candidate that we have Brenda Torres. I'm not sure if Brenda Torres is here with us tonight. She did say via email that she would be here tonight.
I can confirm that she is not online, so we will proceed. And for the record, what we'll do is to make the process fair, those questions gonna be counted as non-answer from the other candidates since the person is not here, but we'll note it on the record. So councilors, at this point, I open the floor for questioning to the candidate for District D for the school committee.
To you, Mr. President, I would like to know why you decided to apply for this position.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Councilor. You're asking me why did I decide or when did I decide? Wow, that's a great question. Since 2011, our schools have been in receivership, which meant for me that my children had to be educated elsewhere. Fortunately, I was in the position to do that, but not everyone is. So what that does for me is it gives me a greater desire to see to it that our schools come out of receivership and they become what they have the potential to be. I think that after this amount of time, things haven't been fixed. We need to leave it up to the mothers, the fathers, the constituency, the members of this community to take the solutions into their own hands. For us, I don't believe that it's an economic decision. I think it's a decision that comes from the heart with our progeny in mind. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Councilor.
Any other question? Councilor District D, Vivian Marmo.
How are you, Ms. Edwards?
Hello, so nice to meet you, Councilor Marmo.
I would like to have a little bit of clarity as to what would you say would be some of the contributions that you would bring to the table
Of course.
As a member?
Certainly. Well, by background, I'm an attorney, and by more specific background, I was a state's attorney for 15 years. Presently, for the last 3 years, I have been working for the Framingham School District, which is a little smaller, about 9,500 students. Not as many schools, we only have 14 schools, but what's more important is that I serve a dual role. I'm the Title IX coordinator. In addition to that, I'm the civil rights coordinator. And I work in the most, what I would say, important office that a school community can have, and that would be the Office of Equity. So it's my job to make sure that everything is equitable for all of our students: education, discipline, activities, treatment, hopefully one day in the community of Framingham, hiring, diversity of hiring. So I think that it's kind of strange that this came to me as a second career, because I am so committed to it, and I look forward to it every day. So I think that, specific to your question, the skills that I would bring to the school committee, of course, would be my legal acumen, my ability to help with writing policy, my ability to draft and to give ideas in terms of where policy is headed, from drafting it all the way to coming up with the best language to use, but also my heart and my commitment to the students from my experience in what I'm doing now. Thank you, Counselor.
Any other questions? Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. President. Welcome, Attorney Edwards.
Yes, thank you.
I think this is my second time or third time I've had a chance to vote for you.
We've met quite a few times, yes,
So
good to
that's
see you.
so that's two questions, if you don't mind, Mr. President. My first question is, what happened to the board that you were on initially that I voted for you on just like 3 years ago?
You're talking about the Human Rights Commission?
I am, yes, ma'am.
The Human Rights Commission, as far as I know, is not operative right now. I cannot tell you what happened to it. I don't think that I'm qualified, respectfully, Counselor, to tell you what happened. That would be for someone else. I can tell you what happened with me on it. Because it wasn't operational, and I felt that I wanted to serve with it being operational, I chose voluntarily to step down from the chairmanship of it. But in terms of specifically what happened to it, I can't answer that.
Well, my curiosity is now piqued.
Of course.
We had a Human Rights Commission. Apparently, it's no longer a commission. It's not operating at this point. You were the
Yes.
chair, you're no longer the chair.
That's
You stepped
correct.
down.
That's
And-
correct.
And we don't know I don't know, maybe others do. I don't know the dynamics behind that. I don't know if this is important for this role, since I'm just learning about this right now.
Sure.
So I'll need a little bit of time, probably a few minutes to digest that in my head. Second question would be this. The school committee, as it's currently constructed,
Yes.
really is a power, well, as far as official powers, it doesn't have the authority. The authority has been taken over by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Of course.
You heard the mayor speak earlier this evening. You are fully aware, I'm sure, of the new superintendent search. I'm sure you're fully aware of
That's right.
of local control coming
Sure.
back potentially. We don't know how or when, but there's discussions that are seemingly getting some momentum.
Sure.
So I guess the question is this, not knowing where that's going to lead, and you are maybe a part of a committee that really, frankly, legislatively or through law, really has no jurisdiction. I just want to know your views on that. Are you going to be taking this seat and looking to change that? What are you going to be doing when there's already there's already an organization called the LAE that has already stepped into the shoes of the school committee? So I'd like to get some sort of reaction from you as to what you would be doing on this board, on school committee.
I wanted to, if I could, take the liberty to go back to what you originally said to correct the record. I don't know whether you misunderstood me, Counselor, or for whatever reason misquoted what I said. I did not say I don't know why I didn't step down. I'm fully aware of why I did.
My apologies. I meant that I don't know. I'm surely know you know why you stepped down.
Certainly.
I didn't know why you stepped down.
I just wanted to clarify that for the record in the room.
Apologies for misspeaking.
Sure, thank you. Now, your second question is, what would I do? I think that I would do, as I mentioned to Councilor Mamal, whatever is in my power. And I want to make this clear. I don't believe that our city needs to be in receivership. Now, you mentioned that there's an authority that's in charge of that. Well, historically, there's always been authorities that are in charge of many things until when? There isn't, right? Until the people can change things. The people can legislate. The people have much more power, respectfully, Councilor, than you're suggesting to this room. So what would I intend to do? I would intend to rally all of my resources and my natural and learned abilities to see to it that we have a school committee in a district that reflects what the people want.
Any other councilors? Councilor Rosario.
Thank you, through you. First of all, thank you very much for at least applying.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'd like to encourage people to try to run public seats. It's not easy, and they show commitment. Tagging on Councilor LaPlante's question, but I'm going to rephrase it on another way. Our school committee is silent. How are you going to make your voice? How are you going to make us hear your voice on that committee? Because right now, honestly speaking, it's been totally silent due to the receivership. But how do you change that? How do you bring your voice and let us hear you about what you're going to do there?
Thank you, thank you. And I have heard through the years, and it's been frustrating to hear our school committee described as toothless, our school committee described as not even knowing how to hold a meeting. Pretty much every description I've ever heard of our school committee has been pejorative. Some suggestion of that was even made this evening. I would intend, first of all, I don't know how I would work as a member of the committee, but certainly I would only be one voice on that committee. I think that we probably would all be in agreement, and then we would have to figure it out. We would have to figure it out in consultation with you, in consultation with all of the other, and by you I mean you as an agency. We'd have to work in consultation with other agencies, the one just mentioned by Councilor LaPlante, to see what we can do to work this out. But what I said a few minutes ago to Councilor Mamal, I meant wholeheartedly. How long do you allow a system to fail before you fix it, especially when our most precious resource, our children and their education, is at stake?
Councilor Luzon.
Well, thank you, Council President, after you, Council President. And I just want to go back to the Human Rights Commission. I had the honor of serving with Attorney Edwards, and she did everything in her power to make the commission work. We met with two mayors, with the one that we have now, but unfortunately the system didn't work, and we didn't have any. There was no replacement of commissioners, no new appointments of commissioners. So I just want to say thank you for doing this, and I know you're going to be a great access to this city. because I know you are a hardworking and committed person.
Thank you, Councilor Luzon, and I have not had the pleasure of being able to congratulate you for your position, too.
Councilor, last questions? Last question? Any other question? All right, I guess that we are ready to take a vote. And I would like councilors just to make a fair mention either one of the names, even though the other candidate wasn't interviewed, to make sure that we have it for the record.
I do have a question. This is in District D, and if this was a District F seat, for example, I would hope my colleagues would go to me and ask me for, how I would vote or who I would favor. I think it's only fitting and right, through you, Mr. President, that I ask my colleague from District D, just as, I'm not sure which way we're going to vote here first, but if the counselor has a preference here, I'd like to hear that officially, because that's going to be representing the area that she represents.
You can take the floor.
So through you, Council President, I would like to address the body of the City Council to verbally declare my favorable recommendation for Attorney Edwards to be our candidate named as our school committee for District D. I believe that her resume speaks for itself, and the questions that we have asked just further solidifies that she will be the perfect person to be assigned for this position. I also want to thank you for actually being here present personally and waiting this long in order to be interviewed today.
It was my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Councilor.
Attorney Edward, you came here the day that we have one of the longest meetings. But
yes.
But I mean, that shows your commitment. Thank you for staying. And
thank you.
And now we're gonna call a roll call. Whoever wanna vote for the other candidate, you can mention her name, or we can vote for Attorney Edwards. So at this point, roll call, please.
Councilor Serena Reyes. Councilor Vivian Marmon.
Attorney Sandra Edwards.
Councilor Fidelina Santiago.
Attorney Edwards.
Thank you.
Councilor Gregory de Rosario.
Attorney Edwards.
Councilor Wendy Luzon.
Attorney Edwards.
Thank you.
Councilor Mark LaPlante.
Attorney Edwards.
Thank you.
Councilor Ana Levy.
Thank you.
Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Attorney Edwards.
Thank you.
President Consul Giovanni Rodriguez.
Attorney Edwards.
Thank you, Counselor.
Congratulations.
Council President. Council President.
Yes, Councilor F. Mark LaPlante.
Hey, thank you. I'd like to take document number 1424 out of order, please.
Second.
14.
Budget and Finance,
24,
Red Sox,
Budget and
Howard
Finance.
repairs.
All right, there is a motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Give me 1 second, please,
Madam Chair
Councilor.
and Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Find this. Okay, so item 14-24, authorizations to expend funds up to $100,000 from the Red Sox Foundation for Howard Parks repaired was brought to us by Adderley Gonzalez, our recreational director. And the Budget and Finance Committee voted in favor of this item, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. Any questions on this $100,000 from the Red Sox Foundation? Director Adderley, you take the floor.
Good evening, Council President, Madam Vice Chair. So I'm here with some of the Red Sox Foundations in case you guys have any questions about what the project and what they're going to do. So if you guys are open to questions, I'll be glad to pass it along to them.
Council President.
Sure, Councilor and Vice Chair Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I did mention, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but I did mention this this individual, the young man here that represented the Red Sox Foundation back in the summer when we were having our opening days, and how enthusiastic you were, how happy you were to be with us and our kids, and how involved you were. And I know. But I probably don't speak for myself when I say that we were very grateful to have the foundation there, and to have you represent the foundation there. And I'm grateful to be expanding the relationship between the Red Sox Foundation and our city. So thank you for your work.
Councilor Rosario.
Thank you, through you, Council President. Being my district, I'm pretty happy with this. I fought a lot last year with the Recreation Department and try to get the league that wasn't almost not happening. If it's not, it was for you guys, the Red Sox Foundation. I would like to thank you, and also this will be here at a great time due to the fact that the Howard Park also is going to go through some renovations, so it will look beautiful while we do the baseball land or field. Also, the basketball court and the tennis court will be fixed also at the same time by the city upcoming this spring. So thank you for all you guys have been done for our city, and we hope to continue working with you guys. Thank you very much.
Councilor Levy. All right, there is a motion on the table to approve.
Anyway, I'm so glad that you guys are here and that we can extend the welcome to the Red Sox Foundation to be part of our city. Thank you so much.
So I have one last thing. I would like to allow that one of the representatives, last night I asked him a question when it comes to coming to the city of Lawrence and how enthusiastic this is. So if you have a few words to share with us, sure, that would be great.
Hi, everyone, and Anari is his name. Yes.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you.
I know, DC. So we love him. He's our youth baseball and softball program manager at the Red Sox Foundation. My name is Lidia Sayas. I am the assistant director of programs for the Red Sox Foundation. This is my 11th season with the team, so I oversee all of our direct service programming. Our RBI program, so Reviving Baseball and Softball in Inner Cities, has been around in Boston for over 20 years, and it's our pleasure and our honor that 2 years ago we extended that to Lawrence, because we knew, I'm Dominican-based baseball is in my blood, so I know how important it is to the city. I have family members who live here, so I understand the importance. And I mean, we've been there for a few events throughout the years, and I've just seen some of the safety hazards that have happened there while we've been there, whether it be a kid tripping or something like that. So we just wanted to do what was on our part. And the second that we had the opportunity, we knew that we wanted to come to Lawrence to do this. So it was a no-brainer for us. We're looking forward to. We're just going to be changing up some fences, adding some backstops, making it safe for kids to play there, leveling the infield and the grass as well. So any questions, whether today or any day, feel free to reach out to us, but we're just so excited and honored to be here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor. At this point, if it is any other questions, I'll call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Mr. President.
Can I also go ahead and say that somebody that was really important for this project that I got it working was Michelle, and I want her to be recognized. So if you could get up. The sports collaborator.
Well, thank you. We have been so excited to collaborate with the city to be introduced to the Red Sox Foundation and to really work over the last couple of years with the rec department and all the leagues to really revitalize baseball and get it back to where it was. We work we're very, very committed to a long-term relationship to make sure the youth of our city have healthy and active programs and high-quality programs that we can all be proud of. So we're super excited. This is just the beginning, and we'd love to, we cannot wait for more collaboration. So
Thank you so
very
much, Council President, Councilor Plant.
Thank you. Mike, do we take it? I would like to take, with your permission, the document number 50123. Thank you so much. You're done. Great job.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to take document 50123 out of order.
Ordinance. So there is a motion to take item, what was the item number? 50123. Out of the Ordinance Committee, out of order. Can you hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. The approval, thank you. The approval of 21-year land lease per MGL Chapter 90, Section 51F, and I make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. Tonight, we come before you. I believe the applicant for the 21-year lease may be on Zoom, Mr. President. His name is Brian Brazil. He's the proprietor, looking for a request. Again, we don't usually come as the airport to this body looking for approval to this lease as we did in the Ordinance Committee. The reason why is because the commission has the authority to approve 20-year leases, Mr. President. In this case, the applicant is looking for an extra year in that lease due to his commitment to finances in the program that he's using with his financial institution. And so with your approval and that already of the mayor, which is the second part of the law, the commission could then proceed to entertain the 21-year lease, which the commission approves, Mr. President.
Councilors, it was sent out with a favorable recommendation. Any questions in regard to this item?
Mr. President, I have one quick question. There is under new business
Councilor LaPlante.
3724 through you. Just give me the nickel. Why is that on the agenda? What are we doing with that one?
Yes, so tonight we're also, as part of that item, Councilor, it is Martin Allen with APPRO, who has had a long history in the airport, looking to develop some hangar space. His financial institution also requires him to go for a 30-year note. And so if we could entertain this to the appropriate committee to give more details, but it's something that the Airport Commission also approves, and the reason for that extension, again, is due to the finances and being able to lease
the project of building much-needed extra space for airplanes to be stored indoors.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions in regard to this item?
President.
Councilor Levy?
Thank you. How long is the lease right now?
So it's a new project, it is a new development in the front part of the airport, so it is a new client.
Okay, but how long was the lease?
It will be, the request is 21 years.
Okay, the request is 21 years.
Yes.
But you said that we are doing an extension.
No, extension of 1 year, so essentially it's a 21-year lease.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
All right.
Yes, Councilor.
Any questions? Any other questions? Can you talk to us a little more about the financial benefits of the airport through this list?
Yeah, absolutely. So what this would do is bring $63,000 worth of a lease to the airport commission, essentially to be able to keep us sustained. So that's what this lease does. Is also is on the non-aviation part of the field. So this land was studied, it was surveyed. The proposal that came before us is Mr. Brian Brazil with Homegrown Lacrosse. They're proposing to build an indoor lacrosse center in the front part of the airport, which is going to bring an aspect of youth to the airport to be able to use, again, that field. They have been in business for over 20 years in North Andover, so they don't do large games per se, so it's not going to be an abundance of over parking spaces or such. They do coaching, small groups of students at a time, being able to tool up their skills of lacrosse and then be able to then practice that in bigger fields outside of that location.
You say 63,000 for the life of the lease, or 63,000?
No, per year with increase every 3 years due to CPI.
63,000
Is a start, correct.
Councilors, any questions? At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now we go into the top of the agenda with the Budget and Finance Committee. Madam Chair and Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. Through you, Council President. The Budget and Finance Committee met, and we are going to start with item 7-23, the Firefighters Local 146 Union to approve the collective bargaining agreement and transfer the funds of $1,407,000. And the committee voted in favor of this item, and I make that as an official form of motion. It's been a long night.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussions, councilors?
Mr. President, just a quick comment.
Councilor LaPlante?
Very short, one sentence. It's about time. Thank you. It's about time.
It's about time. Councilors, any questions for the CAFO? Any question for the union?
Council President.
Councilor Rosario.
Motion to pass 10 o'clock?
Second.
Favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Well, councilors, be ready. I just want to hear from the union if they're happy with the contract or any type of comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Council President, for hearing me. Ultimately, we're satisfied with the COLAs, the 3%. I think any time where we have to change wording in our benefits, or the city tries to take from us, it's ultimately not ideal. Moving forward, we hope that the process is a little more streamlined. It took us 2 years. We've been out of contract for 1.5 years. And that's not ideal for any public safety union. I think, we definitely work hard. The mayor was up here talking about how great the PD are and how great the fire department is and DPW. But then we go into negotiations and they want to sit there and drag their feet for nickels and pennies. When other administration officials are getting raises upwards to thousands of dollars. I think that we can do a better job with the administration to help streamline the process for negotiations and give us the respect we deserve. We definitely don't get it when we sit in front of them at the table. But ultimately, I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and hopefully the approval will go through, and have a wonderful night. Hopefully you're not here long.
Thank you so much. At this point, councilors, if there is any other questions, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you so much, councilors. Now, we continue with Budget and Finance Committee, item
The next-
0924.
The next item is item 9-24. Yep.
Council President, I can recuse myself from this particular vote.
Yep,
Well,
there
do we
is
note that I'm-
Councilor LaPlante and Councilor De Rosario are recusing themselves.
I ask that the clerk, when recording my vote, records me as being recused. Thank you.
Both of the councilors have been recused for potential conflict of interest. Madam Chair and Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. So item 9-23, the authorization to expend funds of $56,000 to the Recycling Dividends Program RDP grant from Mass DEP. And that was brought to us by Director of DPW Jorge Jaime, and the Budget and Finance voted in favor of this item, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table. Can I hear a second? Second, discussion. Councilor, this is to buy more recycling bins. If there is no questions, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 1024, Madam Chair.
Item 10-24, the appropriation transfer of, I thought we fixed this, I'm sorry, there's a, what was it?
Appropriation transfer of $652,599.33.
Thank you, sorry, it's not fixed on my end, thank you. From free cash to the opioid settlement account, and that was brought to us by Susan Fink. However, I believe our Director of Community Development is here. And the Budget and Finance voted in favor of this item, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second, discussions.
Discussion.
Councilor Infante, Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. I just want to quickly give the opportunity to Director Pimentel to speak. She wasn't there with us during the Budget and Finance meeting, and I know she provided us a letter and documentation, so please, through you, Council President.
Address for the record.
Good evening. Awilda Pimentel, 360 Merrimack Street. Well, depends. Pimentel.
All right. You have the floor.
360 Merrimack Street, Lawrence, proud Laurentian. First, I want to congratulate Mayor Brian A. DePena for his evening and for all his hard work and everything he's done for the city of Lawrence. We presented this item back in November 21st, 2023, in regards to our opioid plan. But there was some funds that were still stuck at free cash that CAF was here to explain, so we were just going to transfer the remaining funds over. This plan is to provide prevention, treatment, harm reduction, recovery, and to work with all the community partners who are willing to do the work in the city of Lawrence for the vulnerable population that needs it.
All right, we already have an allocation for this grant, for this settlement.
Yes.
Before, and now this part was sitting down on the free cash since we didn't use it some time ago.
Correct.
Please tell us a little more about the settlement, how long that's going to be, and what is the potential that we might be receiving.
For all those that are familiar with the National Opioid Settlement, we should be receiving deposits up until 2038. We've actually been receiving deposits since 2022. So when I found out about it, obviously, I wanted to make sure that we brought it to the population that needs it in the city of Lawrence, and that is when I approached the mayor's office and the administration about community development taking on this project to help this vulnerable population. Unfortunately, there was a part, half of it, that got transferred to free cash because at the end of the year, they had to close out, and the CAFO is here, he can explain a little bit more on that. But basically, we have designed a plan in accordance to the state. We've also been meeting with the state and the Attorney General's office since August, and bi-weekly sessions for technical assistance to develop the plan. We've also met with all the community partners that are willing to do all the work with us, including mental health clinicians, nurses, peer recovery coaches, people with lived experiences who've actually lived in encampments and had substance abuse, but also supporting the families for the people that have these disorders.
Councilors, any questions in regard to this fund?
Council President.
Councilor LaPlante.
In our recent media, at least in the Boston Globe and I think WBUR, there's also talk of more monies that are going to be a part of the settlement. So are we as a community also expecting more money in the pipeline, or is this going to be more money that's just going to be remaining at the state level?
I believe that the city of Lawrence is it's entitled to continue to receive deposits due to the city being disproportionately affected due to the opioid epidemic. We're supposed to be receiving deposits up until 2038.
So that is the original, and you've given us the spreadsheet here is 652,000 and change.
That's all we have so far, so we cannot project for funds we don't have. At least that's what the CAFL taught me, or something, right?
I could just clarify, I think the question was how much are we going to get? And that there's a schedule on the state's website, how much each of these companies settled with the state for, the Attorney General, and then there's an amount for each community. So I went through all that. I think, I don't have it with me, but I think it's over $3 million we're expected to receive. If it's in the package, then that's my spreadsheet.
By
Yep.
2038.
By 2030.
Last question. I'm trying to keep this brief. It's late, and some of us don't make good decisions at 11:45. So, the packet that was dealt in November 2023. Did the council receive that back then, or are we getting it today for the first time?
No, the council did receive this packet. Yes, that was the opioid plan in accordance to the eligible activities of what we are able to do according to the state. Those are the activities that we can do.
And now because the money's already over there, or we're going to be doing a transfer from free cash over there, the council doesn't necessarily get involved specifically once the money is allocated into that account. At that point, it is now based on the parameters of that account, what you can spend it on. You can't spend it on library books, you can't spend it on police officers, but you can't spend it on things that were listed inside the plan that deals with opioid use and reduction, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Mr. President?
Councilor Luzon?
Through you, Mr. President. I'm just, and thank you for your explanation, Councilor LaPlante. I'm concerned about the percentage that you're going to spend on prevention. I just wish that it could be more, just to put it out there.
Thank you, Councilor Luzon. Right now, that's what we have projected, to do half prevention, half treatment, and obviously a percentage for admin because we have to get a lot of work done. So I wish we can do more, maybe we can, but unfortunately, we also have to address like the youth, the people that are not yet in that use disorder. So that's the piece for prevention. Then obviously we have for treatment. The good thing about these funds is that we can actually use it as well for many other things according to what the state has laid out. So we can use it for housing assistance, job training, and all those other things, deposits, put them in housing and things like that.
That at some point, prevention, we can get more for prevention. That's
I hope
just
so too.
hoping.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll definitely work on that, and make sure that if we do get the additional funding this year, by July, we can then allocate more to prevention, because we do want to make sure that our young kids in the streets are not going to get into opioid abuse. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions?
I got a burning question I want to ask, Mr. President. So the last one, housing services, you know how I feel about the housing services. Where are we going to be putting people if there's no place to put people? What is the housing services line item inside this budget?
The good thing is that we can assist these populations to get an apartment anywhere. So if they find, let's say, an apartment in Haverhill, we can then help them to go ahead and move to Haverhill. If they go into a substance abuse treatment center, we can then help with transportation. It's very flexible. And we do have space here for housing. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people getting evicted, although we are trying to prevent that, but there are still apartments that might be available. The problem is the rent is too high.
Any other questions, councilors?
Mr.
Councilor?
President, through you, Mr. President.
Yes, let me just go here first.
Through you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Director, when it comes to prevention, what is the plan? What are you using? What kind of prevention, or what kind of institution are we using to help them, or to try to do prevention?
We have a diverse plan that we submitted. We're working with the youth as far as education, awareness. We're going all the way from like teenagers to elderly, right? So we're putting a lot into education and awareness and youth activities to divert them from actually going into gangs or using opioids. It's all in the plan, all the different things that we can do as far as prevention, but we want to prevent them from even starting. And the way to do that is keeping them busy in positive activities, social activities, so that way they can divert from those type of negative activities that will lead them into drugs and gangs.
The question was more to see if we're going to use the same institution that are out there taking money and not doing the work. And that's what I wanted to know. It seems to be failing, whoever's doing the prevention out there, and it's also capitalizing on any money that we get from the state or any grants. So looking into the plan, it's a great plan. But have we researched the institution they actually are going to work with us? How long they've been here? They've been here for the longest. Are they doing the work? Some of them, or most of them, are not doing the work. So I would love to see those institutions that are actually getting paid and not doing the job to be removed, and trying to get institutions that actually will do the job, because we need this job done this time.
Absolutely. But Councilor Del Rosario, as far as our contracts, those haven't started yet. This is why we need the funds first, so this is why I'm here. And the way that community development designed that was to do it by, is this on? Sorry. By 90 days. So if you see, our contracts only go 3 months. If they don't perform the work, we're not going to extend their contract. So you have to perform if you want to charge us for the funding, and we will also be monitoring it.
Thank you.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Council President, through you, Director Pimentel. My understanding is that Methuen is getting the same amount of, not the same amount, the same type of funds. So what's going to happen with Methuen residents in the city? Are we going to serve them, or are you building a partnership with Methuen City to send those residents back?
Right now, a lot of municipalities are receiving this settlement because it's nationwide. It's not just the city of Lawrence. Yes, it's nationwide. One of the things that we do is when we encounter people that are coming for services for us or funding, we do try to revert them right back to the city where either they have the ID or where their last place of residence was. We do send them back there because they also have resources. Now, if they say, oh, I've been here X, Y amount of time, then we try to assist them. But obviously, our priority is the residents of Lawrence are Laurentians. That's our priority.
Thank you. I just hope that you guys do the same with residents from Haverhill and Andover. We have many residents here in need of services, and I think other cities, they need to take their responsibility.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director Pimentel.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? Director Pimentel, very quick, you have a sheet here with 5 different things and with different amounts: 192,000, 100,000, 50,000, 180,000, and 130,000 roughly.
Which page are you looking at, Council President?
It's like it's
Last page with the table.
Yeah.
The use of opioid settlement funding, yeah,
the
the chart.
chart with the amounts, which says 40% treatment, 40% prevention,
Yes.
and 20% administration. So, do you mind going over those charges as of how you're going to prioritize those?
Okay. Are we looking at the same chart, this one? Okay. So basically, other purchase services, that's going to be all the contracts with all the community partners that I send you guys all the list. All those community partners are going to be serviced under there. They will have a 90-day contract. If they don't perform, they're not going to get the payment. They have to do exactly as the scope of services state, the programs that we're looking to do, the outreach we're looking to do. That's also in coordination with the community department and the police department, because obviously we cannot go out, and I will not send out outreach workers or nurses by themselves, and obviously we have a partnership with the police department. We're also looking to fund the police department for an opioid unit, so that way they can assist us in this work. We're actually going to be meeting with them as well on Thursday, and we've already discussed the funding that they're going to work with us. The overtime, that's if there's any additional funds needed to support that. The energy efficient mobile unit, that is because we want to then get a mobile, a vehicle or a van, and obviously we want to get it to be energy efficient. And then obviously the administration and planning.
One vehicle?
Right now, it's one vehicle, because we can only budget for the 652 that we have right now.
Pacifico.
Yeah, energy efficient, mobile unit, retrofitted. So, and right now, that's the allocation we have, but obviously, as we continue to get more deposits, our plan would expand to the full plan and do more outreach and more prevention, and hopefully be able to reach out to people that need it.
At 130?
That's the administration and planning. That's the admin for the 652 in total for the period of the grant.
Gonna get a stipend from your department, or they gonna get other
No,
sources?
this is not a stipend. This is just what we will charge as the workers are working on it. It's part of the admin.
That gonna become part of the people's salary, or an extra amount?
No. So when we're working, let's say 7 hours per day, if we go out and we work 5 hours on just opioid, our timesheets will then reflect that, and we charge to the grant. That's the admin piece.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions? At this point, I call the question, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
Madam Chair, from the Budget and Finance, and Vice President Stephanie Infante.
Okay, the next item is item 11-24, the authorization to expend funds of $50,000 towards the Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant for the fiscal year of 2024, and the Budget and Finance, Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. And the Budget and Finance Committee voted in favor of this item, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussions. I hear no discussions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair?
Item 12-24, the authorization to expend funds of $299,866 with 91 cents to the 2024 Shannon Grant from the Executive Office of the Public Safety and Security Office. And the Budget and Finance Committee voted in favor, and I make that as a formal motion.
Councilors, there is a motion on the table, properly second.
Discussion.
Councilor Infante, Council Vice President Infante.
Thank you, councilors. You have a 2-page document that the Provisional Chief Castro provided to us earlier tonight. It starts with grant that paid overtime. However, I do want to bring to your attention, it looks like this. I do want to bring to your attention that the second page is supposed to be the first page, not the first page. The reason that he provided this to us was because Council President Rodriguez was asking questions about how many kids in total have these grants helped or helped with throughout the years. He asked questions regarding paid overtime, do the grants paid towards that, and also what type of equipment the police department uses these grants for to cover. So the police department did provide this to us, and again, the first page is supposed to be the second page, and I want to thank Provisional Chief Castro. Thank you so much for providing that additional information.
Great, thank you so much, Chief Castro. Councilors, any questions in regard to this grant? It is important to recognize that a few years ago, every institution that received these funds come over and explain to us the importance of the service. At this time, we just ask for a report, and we've received that. Councilors, any questions? At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes
Aye.
have it. Madam Chair, from the Budget and Finance.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting my documents here updated. Okay, so item 13-24, the authorization to expend funds of $27,500 for a cooling grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Budget and Finance voted in favor of this item, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussions. Councilors, any questions? I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Council President?
Sure.
Thank you. Through you, I would also like to move out of order under old business item, this is after, Budget and Finance is done. Item 483-23, the authorization to expend $157,805 for the Mass Dog Grade Crossing Reimbursement Funds, which is for Chapter 139, brought to us by Mr. McCarthy, and we have Ileana Reyes here with us tonight. The reason that the Budget and Finance could not discuss this item was due to lack of quorum, so we do need a...
I'm recruiting myself out of this item.
Uh-huh.
I'm recruiting myself out of this item.
So please note in the notes that Council President does need to recuse himself. Councilors, for us to bypass the committee, we do need a vote of six in order to be able to discuss this item for the first time here at the full council. So if I can have a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we discharge document number 483-23 out of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Motion has been made, been properly second. All those in, roll call count, please.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor De Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Vivian Marmon? Yes. Councilor Celia Reyes? Yes. Vice President Stephanie Infante?
Yes. Just make sure. Councilors, thank you. So the reason why, just so you guys know, so the reason why this item needed to bypass the subcommittee was because at the time we had 3 members, and Council President does work for the state, so he is not allowed to vote on this item because it is a conflict of interest, which is why we did not have the 4th member with us present that evening, which is why we could not discuss this at the Budget and Finance Committee level. Now we are here to discuss it for the first time at the full council. Ms. Reyes, you have the floor.
Good evening, and welcome and congratulations to the new city council members and council president. My name is Ilealis Reyes. And so the first one, are we talking about the industrial rail access program or the one federal highway administration?
The grade crossing reimbursement.
Okay, so this is a great opportunity. We were awarded or pretty much given $154,805 under the Section 130. It's a program by the Federal Highway Administration that provides funding to local cities for traffic signals, pavements, signage on public roads, and the program aims to improve safety, efficiency, mobility on nation's highways and crossings. And so this would be for the grade crossing over at Beacon, Broadway, and Glen Street over by the industrial park.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions for Ms. Reyes? Do you have a question? Any questions? Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion for this item.
Motion to approve?
Motion has been made by Councilor De Rosario, properly second by Councilor Reyes. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to have a motion to also move out of order item 484-23, the authorizations to expend $460,337 for the MassDOT Industrial Rail Access Program, the IRAP grants. Yeah, move that, I would like the motion to move that out of order.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we discharge document
Motion has been
4423.
made by Councilor LaPlante, seconded by Councilor De Rosario. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Okay, councilors, at this point, I'm looking for a motion to discharge this item 484-23 out of the Budget and Finance Committee. If I can have a motion for that. For the same reason.
So move.
Motion has been made by Councilor De Rosario, seconded by Councilor Reyes, and this does require a 6 vote. And again, just to reiterate, we had a conflict of interest with Councilor President Rodriguez, which is why it's now at the full council. Roll call, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes? Yes. Councilor Vivian Marmon? Yes. Councilor Fidelina Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Gregory De Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Wendy Luzon?
No.
Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Ana Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President Stephanie Fonte?
Yes. Ms. Reyes, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So this is the Industrial Rail Access Program Grant. It is a grant to help rehab the rail tracks down also at the industrial park. For this particular grant, we were awarded $460,337, and that's to fix the track, the spur track, and incorporate a roundabout on Glen Street and Shepherd.
Thank you. Any questions, councilors? I see none. I will now entertain a motion for this item.
Motion to approve.
Motion has been made by Councilor De Rosario, properly second by Councilor Reyes. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Thank you so much, Ms. Reyes.
Have a good evening.
And we're now going to continue from the top, and we are now continuing with the Housing Committee. Please let the president know that he can come back.
Council President. I would like to, I know we're going to go in through the Housing Committee, but I would like to take item 47523 out of order.
Committee?
Housing.
47523.
That's correct.
There is a motion on the table to take item 47523. Can I hear a second? Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair, for the Housing Committee, Council Mamo.
Through you, Council President, the Housing Committee met item 47523 with a recommendation to full council as a committee report regarding the approval of the sale of real property for 4 Plish Way. I believe we have Asset Officer Charlene Pascual, if she could address the committee. And I would like to bring that as a form of a motion.
Second.
Motion on the table to accept it as a committee report. Discussion on the committee report. No questions, so I call the questions on the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair, so now you have the floor.
Give me 1 second, I made notes. Okay, so through you, Council President, I would like to ask some questions that unfortunately I wasn't able to make during our Housing Committee.
So before we do that, Madam Chair, let's make a motion for discussion purpose, and then we can open the floor to discuss this.
Can I present the motion
Yeah.
for discussion?
Sure. There is a motion on the table for discussion purpose. Can I hear a second? Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now, let's go back. There is a motion for discussions. Properly second. Now we open the floor for discussion. You have the floor.
I'm not sure if I'm getting ahead of myself by not allowing you to speak first, but first question is, were there any initial disclosures the applicant that your department had recommended for approval was a city employee?
So, good evening all, Councilor President Giovanni.
Address for the record.
My name is Charlene Pascual. I'm the asset officer for the City of Lawrence, 360 Merrimack Street. To answer your question, there was an ethics disclosure that had to be signed because he is a city employee, and it was completely executed in the documents. And it is in his package, which I believe is package number 5 from the documents that I submitted over for review.
My second question through you, Council President, is I'm noticing, based on the review of all the other applicants, so I'll use, for example, Essex County Habitat for Humanity. The notes indicate that their proposal does not demonstrate the home will go to a Lawrence resident. How do you guarantee that other applicants, or any applicant for that matter, follows through with this requirement? And how does the department ensure, once an applicant has been chosen or approved, that they are upholding their end of the bargain? So these properties are sold under certain conditions and contingencies. And I would like to get clarity on what does the department do? Like, what procedures do you guys have in place to ensure that we are mitigating the challenges of awarding these properties to applicants that are not following through with the initial terms?
Just for a little bit of background, I have been the asset officer for probably 3 weeks. I will be looking to ensure through follow-up with, there's some disclosures in the applications that they have to abide by. So we're hoping and we're expecting that, as the application states, that they are living in the resident from 3 to 5 years. This applicant particularly has been a city resident for over 35 years. It would be his first time home ownership or home buying process. His desire is to have a home in the city of Lawrence where he can reside and call his own. Through our process, what we're looking to do, not only with this property, but with properties moving forward, is to follow up, make sure that in the process of the aftermath of the purchasing of their home, that they are actually living in the property. I don't know how we would enforce maybe going backwards on a process if afterwards they decide to move out, but that would be something that we would be looking into, and for me to discuss with the Real Property Task Force to make sure and ensure that our Lawrence City residents and our applicants are actually living in the property from 3 to 5 years, as we suggest in the application process.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued because I think it would be unfair that we are overlooking other applicants if they answer in a way where, they can't guarantee that they're going to live in the property for 3 to 5 years, or they can't guarantee that it's going to go to a Lawrence resident. But at the same token, the applicant that does get approved, if we're not doing our due process of verifying that they're upholding their end of the bargain, then, I just don't see how that's fair.
I understand, and I think that it would be our due diligence as the Office of Planning and Development and myself as the asset officer to ensure that the process is done correctly and that we're actually overseeing the process throughout the length of everything and the aftermath. I think that your question about the Habitat from Humanity, what ends up happening is once we sell the property, we can ensure that Habitat from Humanity is going to sell to a Lawrence resident. What I can assure you is
that the applicant that we suggested is a Lawrence City resident. His application was tight, probably the tightest application from the 5 received, and everything that we asked for in the application process was completely executed the way that we expected it.
Councilors, any other questions? It is important to recognize that we have a motion for the purpose of discussions. Eventually, I'll entertain a motion to, as the council desire. Any questions?
Council President,
Councilor Luzon.
what I have in front of me, not in my package because I couldn't find it, is how do you call this? It doesn't look like the conflict of interest filing. So it has something here about ethics opinion, something signed by the attorney. Is that different than the conflict of interest filing, which have to be done to the state?
So the filing has to be done and then approved and recognized by the attorney of the city, which is what the letter is confirming. That after reviewing all pertinent ordinances, regulations, and ethics opinions, in this office is opinion that Antonio Lopez is allowed to bid on the city-owned property at 4 Plishway, Lawrence, Mass. So what the attorney is doing is making sure that that process was done correctly, and therefore providing a letter constituting that that was done.
Thank you for the explanation. And I have another question. So I noticed that there were other buyers, and Mr. Lopez has the amount that he offers is lower than the other buyers. Explain that,
Absolutely.
please.
So when we go through the request for proposal, we explain to the applicants that we are looking for the best use of the property. We are looking for certain criterias that are met in priority. So it's not to say that the highest bidder is not gonna get it, or the lowest bidder is not gonna get it. It's to say, in combination, in collateral with everything that we expect from the application, is everything meeting certain criterias. So although Mr. Lopez's bid was not the highest bid, we also took into consideration that he is a city resident, which was one of the priorities that we wanted to address. We want to address the housing crisis in the city through these processes, or through these options, and we want to make sure that we give Lawrence City residents the first option to buy. So in regards to, there's on the second sheet, there is a graph or a chart where you can see that his bid amount was not necessarily the highest, but he had the most detailed application with proof of funding, using a construction company that is known to the city, also detailing that the construction will be done within a certain time frame. We don't want to sell these properties and wait 2 years for them to be developed. He ensured us that in the course of 3 to 6 months that this project was going to be elaborated. So this is another reason why we decided that his application was one of the strongest applications. And we decided unanimously, as the Real Property Task Force, including myself, that he was the best candidate.
Did I need to say
And
that?
being a city employee doesn't...
No, it was just me talking out loud. And yes, he's a city employee, I say that. Did you notify the other buyers? Because I saw when one of them, his application was incomplete. And this person is very familiar with the process, or this company is very familiar with the process. Did you send a written notice to them?
So the way that the RFP is done is that we open the RFP, or the request for bid, for a certain period of time. I am not allowed to review any application. The application goes straight to the city clerk.
I'm sorry, I'm new to this. So I'm talking in regards to the buyers that you send in the package. We see the different amount of money that they offer, but I also saw comments. One of the application is incomplete. I mentioned that this particular buyer is very familiar with the process, and I want to know if you guys, if the office sent a letter, or is that not part of the process?
It's not part of the process to send them a letter, and the reason being is because we don't review the applications. They go straight to the Real Property Task Force. It is opened by our purchasing agent, Janelvi Martinez, and also alongside our finance officer, Kate King, who just verifies, are the documents here, who is it from, and how much is it from? Is there a 10% deposit as required by the process or not? And then what they do is they seal back the envelopes, and they give it back to the Real Property Task Force, and then we meet together as a team, we reopen them, and that's when we realize that the documentations are not complete or things are missing. And that's how we actually come to the determination on whether that candidate is the best candidate or not. I can add that Councilor President did suggest, and we've already updated the new RFP for the next one, is that we have a checklist in the front to allow it to be easier for everyone to determine whether there's something missing, whether their statutory signatures are in. It's all inclusive in the package, but we made it a little bit bolder, right, in the front, just to make sure that everybody kind of checks off, do I have everything in order? Unfortunately, because of the law, I'm not allowed to help anyone with their application process.
Councilor Rosario? Councilor Rosario?
Thank you, through you. For the first time in 30 years, I'm happy to see a property go to a city employee and a city resident. It never happened. I never seen it in 30 years. I saw one gentleman, I got the floor, Councilor. I got the Councilor floor. You out of order. I got the floor. I'm talking about my experience. If you have seen it, you've seen it. I haven't seen it.
Through me, please?
Through you, Chair. But you got to go there first.
No.
You got to go there, because that's my floor.
Yeah.
When she was on the, through you, Council President, when she was on the microphone, I did not say anything.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So in my 30 years, I never seen this. I saw one gentleman try to file for a property on Broadway, and he had a hassle by one of the administration. And to me, it's grateful to see. We should be looking into our city employees, regardless who the employee is. We should be looking at this property to city employees, firefighters, first responders. They should be the first on the line, even if they don't have a higher bid. Okay? Housing crisis. They are one of us. They work for us. They do the job in the city. So we need to prevent them to be without a home. Regardless of if in 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, they decide to move somewhere else. Hey, life change. But questioning, is he a city employee? He has rights to buy. The first thing he needs to have is a job. He's a city employee. But if it's an investment for somewhere else, we'll be all happy jumping around. No question asked. And I think, and I encourage all of you, colleagues, to look at this man or whoever's buying it, that is a city employee, to approve this, to say yes today. And don't let any city employees that put the betting on it to go out with our home if they're able to buy it. They should be first, they residents, and they also work with us for our community. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions?
Motion to approve.
There is a motion to approve discussion, and now I keep the floor open. Councilors, any other questions? I have one quick comment, perhaps a confirmation. Is the applicant have owned any property in the past?
Mr. Antonio Lopez is a first-time home buyer.
Is Lucy Alcima used to own 84 Howard? So you used to own 84 Howard? Okay. Are they both buying the property together?
So they are both on the application process, and they're both getting funding together, yes.
Roll call.
So, councilors, there is a motion to approve, and I think that we need a little bit more of discussion on the first-time home buyer. If you have the floor, by all means.
She is no longer the owner of 84 Howard Street. I'm not sure what the reasons are, but again, she would be, depending on the time frame, certain banks also consider that to be a first-time home buyer.
Council President,
Councilor Luzon?
so is the program designed for first-time home buyers?
It's not designed.
It's not?
It's not designed for first-time home buyers, but we do have a priority that we
Okay.
want to address first.
Okay, so you're saying, this is my understanding, that Mr. Lopez's wife used to own a property in Lawrence, and the priority is for first-time home buyers.
Correct.
Yeah. And so that was not disclosed in the application. I just want to put that out there for the city council.
It was disclosed that she was a first-time home buyer. Like I said, certain banks and financial institutions, after a certain time frame, I know that there's some people with a real estate background are considered a first-time home buyer.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to understand the following.
I understand.
It is those little things, those little details need to be disclosed up front, so we know.
Right.
Exactly.
I agree.
So the reason that I find out is because I went to the Register of Deed, and I find a bunch of Antonio Lopez, but I mean, Antonio Lopez is a common name, but her last name is not as usual.
Right.
So that's why I was able to
Since
find
he
it.
was the primary resident, a city employee, a longtime resident who has, through the application, you can see, contributed a lot to our city through different organizations. We looked at that as being a priority, right? A city, like I said, a city employee, a first-time home buyer. Although Lucy has been a home buyer, as she just confirmed to us, she's no longer a homeowner, and she does live in the city of Lawrence. All the other applications, Habitat from Humanity, and every other application that was received is not a Lawrence City resident. I believe with the exception, and allow me a second, of Joseri Santos, who was responsive but didn't include financial documents to support the funding of the purchase and any preliminary designs, how she was going to elaborate the reconstruction, and no cost estimates. We determined that her application was just not enough.
Councilors, any other questions in regard to this property? A motion, according to what I understand, your motion is to approve the sale to specifics. So for us to be able to do that, we need to include the name of the person and all those stuff. So do you mind including that in your motion? So we can have it clear, and then we don't have to come back.
Yeah, can you say the name and the address for us?
Sure.
Put them in the motion?
For the record, Antonio Lopez and Lucy Alcina, and their address,
No, it's the new property address.
oh, the new property address would be, oh, for the record, their current address, 1 second.
Specific word, and then need to go into the motion.
316 Essex Street, apartment 406, Lawrence, Mass. 01840.
So I would like to include that in the motion.
That's the motion to approve the sale of Fort Pledge Road to the name that you just mentioned, and the address according to what you just mentioned. That's the motion, councilors, and it's been properly seconded.
Discussion.
At this point, discussion, Councilor LaPlante?
So through you, Mr. President, so you were explaining first-time home buyers, and I found great interest in learning what it can and can't be. When I use my little train, you said there were some certain banks that would define a first-time home buyer, even if someone owned a home, but for whatever reason hasn't owned a home for some time. So when we go through this setting, do we know which bank they're going to be financing this through that would allow for that definition to be in play?
So the financing portion of their application is actually in their packet. I can go through it now.
So the
I
question-
believe that all banks would consider first-time home ownership depending on a time frame. So just to reword, not some banks, all banks, and I think that some of us have real estate backgrounds, all banks consider a first-time home buyer after a certain amount of time frame. And I can't tell you exactly how long that would be, but it seems to me that Lucy has not been a homeowner for a couple years now. Is that
Yeah,
right?
but I mean,
So, Mr.
something,
President, so are you testifying this evening that you can vouch and you can say that length of time has been lapsed now, not lapsed, but the other side of it, that has been met?
Been exceeded.
That it's been exceeded, it's been met. So now she does qualify as a first-time home buyer.
She would be considered a first-time home
She
buyer.
will be considered, and you can vouch for that
Right.
this evening. Thank you,
Right.
Mr. President.
Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor, but I just want to extend some questioning. Not all of us have that background, so we might don't know. So it is important to kind of like, clarify those things as of what is considered a first-time home buyer and what is not. There is few things that we can say that if you haven't purchased a home, and then you consider a first-time home buyer. But if you have considered purchased a home in the past, there is some thresholds that we don't know. So for the disclaimer for the purpose of discussion, I think it will be important to have those clarities.
Okay.
So do you know, like, when somebody's considered a first-time home buyer after purchasing a property?
Like I was telling Councilor Plant, I don't know the exact time frame. I think, and I can attest to what I think, and I'm being clear and I'm being honest with you guys because I want that transparency between us. I think this is the first case that I present as the asset officer, and I'm gaining certain little tips that I'm going to be prepared for in the future for other RFP processes. There's RFP processes coming up rapidly, so I'm going to be ready for you guys in that aspect. But I can attest to the exact time frame that it is considered to be a new homeowner again.
Any other questions, councilors? At this point, I would like to call a roll call.
Motion to table.
There is a motion to table, no discussion on table matters. All those in favor, please say aye. Roll call on the table matters, because I couldn't hear everybody.
There was no second on the motion to table.
There is a motion to table, properly second. No discussion on the table matters. At this time, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes? No. Councilor Vivian Manuel? Yes. Councilor Fidelina Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Gregory De Rosario?
No.
Councilor Wendy Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante?
No.
Councilor Ana Levy?
No.
Vice President Stephanie Infante?
Yes.
And President Giovanni Rodriguez?
I vote yes on the motion to table. All right, motion carries on the motion to table. Motion has been tabled. All right, next item, going to the top of the agenda. The Housing Committee, item 821, Madam Chair from the Housing Committee.
Okay, through you, Council President, item number 8-21. The Housing Committee voted in favor or favorable recommendation to the full council regarding the surplus declaration on Doyle Street. I present that as a form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table to declare a surplus declaration for Doyle Street, a lot located on map 183, lot 25. Properly second, was sent to the full council with a fair recommendation. Can I hear a second? Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. All right, this item was to declare surplus, and now we're going to ordinance. There is anybody that is here for any specific item before we take on ordinance?
Thank you.
We good? So we going to the top of the agenda, and that's the ordinance committee. Councilor LaPlante, the chair of the of the ordinance committee, by all means, you take the floor.
President, motion to pass 11.
There is a motion to pass 11. Can I hear a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All right, the ayes have it. Going to the top of the agenda, the ordinance committee. Councilor LaPlante, you're the chair of this committee. By all means, you take over.
Thank you, Mr. President. Document 6819, a three-way, the ordinance committee met and sent up document number 6819, a three-way stop sign at East Haverhill and Avon Street as a withdrawal. I'll make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion to withdraw, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Document 12521, the ordinance committee met and sent this document up to the full council with the recommendations of handicap parking at 74 Saunders Street. Make that in the form of a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw, can you hear a second?
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second, discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 29121.
Ordinance committee met and sent up document 29121, handicap parking at 279 Lawrence Street to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Vamos, Councilor, come on. Item 5622.
Ordinance committee met and sent document 5622, a traffic study review at Cedar Street and Cross Street, Franklin Street, 5 corners. Sent this up to the full council to withdraw. Make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table for withdrawal, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Item 33523.
Document 33523, a stop sign at the intersection of Carver and Merrimack Street. The ordinance committee sent this up to the full council to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
Motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 48523.
Ordinance committee met on document 4523 to install one JO post number 781 in Beacon Street near intersection of Andover Street and send it up to the full council with favorable recommendation to order a public hearing. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
What is JO?
JO joint. Who remember? We did a lesson on this at the committee. Who was there? JO. What does the O stand for? We're all there.
Yes, O. Next
Joint O.
time you told me, so go ahead.
And the other one, S, stands for single.
Yeah.
48623, install one SO pole, 5240 at 84 on Bailey Street near Foster Street. The ordinance committee met to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation to make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 48723.
Ordinance committee met on 4723, sent to the full council with favorable recommendation for install two SO poles, 5148 and 5149 in Market Street near Parker Street, to order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Item 48823.
Ordinance committee met on 48E23 and sent up to the full council with favorable recommendation on install two SO poles, 521784 and number 6Z97, Salem Street near Blanchard Street, to order a public hearing. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 48923.
Ordinance committee met on document 4923, sent to the full council with favorable recommendation or a public hearing to construct underground electric conduits from poles number 5148 and 5149 to MH-691 Market Street near Parker Street, and make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it.
Ordinance committee met on document 49023 to install one JO pole, 5430 South Union Street near Grafton Street, to order a public hearing. Make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 49123.
Ordinance Committee met on this document to construct underground electric conduits from NMH-11 to 5965 Merrimack Street. To order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 492-23.
Ordinance Committee met to document 48223 to order a public hearing on relocating one JO pole dash or number 112 Merrimack Street near Parker Street and make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 493-23.
Ordinance Committee met on this document to order a public hearing to construct underground electric conduit South Canal Street near Amesbury Street. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 494-23.
Ordinance Committee met on this document to construct underground conduits from pole number 106 to MH number 1794 to Merrimack Street near Carver Street. To order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 495-23.
Ordinance Committee met on 495-23 to relocate one SO pole number 112-84 Merrimack Street near Parker Street. To order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
Motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 496-23.
496-23 is to install two SO poles, number 6560 and 6671, South Canal Street near Amesbury Street. To order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 497-23.
Ordinance Committee met on 497-23 to install one JO pole, number 12-50, Canal Street near South Union Street. To order a public hearing and make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 498-23.
Ordinance Committee met on 498-23 to order a public hearing to construct an underground electric conduit from MH 127, pole number 1250, Canal Street near Union Street. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 523.
So the city is, the Ordinance Committee met to receive a notice for city employee disclosure of conflict for Elizabeth Pordomo. Make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table for city employee disclosure of conflict of interest. Properly second. Discussion? There's no discussions. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 501-23.
We did that one, so I'll skip over to 0524, which is the approval of 26 polling locations for all.
No,
all
it's 501-23.
Yep, I'm moving on. We
Okay.
we did that one already?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Item 0424. 0524, yeah. 04, I said.
I'll start it again. 0524,
Yes.
the approval of 26 polling locations for all 2024 elections. The Ordinance Committee met to send this up with a favorable recommendation to make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table to approve the 26 polling locations properly second. Discussion? Quick question, Council Plan, there is no variation on the poll locations?
Exact same poll locations as the last one, and I want to make sure I'm with my colleagues, that's true, right? So no changes since the last election?
From the last one, yes.
There's no change?
Yes, we have a 24 and we only have a 26. Again. It's the A1A. Yes, we.
Yeah, municipal
There were
election.
no-
2020
So there's no changes to November of 2023, same polling locations as 2023, the one we just finished, same polling locations.
No. No, because we have only 24 for municipal elections.
We have the sub elections in A and in E. Those are the only ones. I'm looking for a little.
So for presidential, okay, Council Levy. The presidential is the same? State. All right, so there is no variation when it comes to, from the state and presidential elections, we have 26 polling locations, and for local elections, we only have 24. Councilors, any questions in regard to these polling locations? I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 0624.
The chair wants to thank Councilor Levy with that explanation.
Thank you.
feel free to help me out on this one, too. Document 0624, approval of police details for all 2024 elections. Ordinance Committee met to send this up with a favorable recommendation to make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. It is important to recognize that these details are going to be approved for all the 2024 elections, not only the one coming up. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 1924.
Ordinance Committee met on the creation of a standing committee on economic development to send this up as a committee report and to make that in the form of a motion.
There is a motion on the table to accept that as a committee report. Can you hear a second? Properly second, discussion. I hear none on the committee report only. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilors, at this point, we have no discussion on these items. If you guys prefer, I entertain a motion. Whatever.
No, we cannot do that.
Not that type of motion, Councilor Luzon. Slow down, we still have another hour to go. Item 1924. No approval.
My apologies, Mr. President.
We have a couple of choices. We can either leave it at this level, at the full council, for any type of discussion. I doubt it that we're gonna have any discussion. We can table it, or we can have a motion to withdraw. Doesn't matter. Motion to table, no discussion. Can you hear a second? So motion to table, properly second, no discussion on the item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Now we're going to
Thank you, Council President.
Madam Chair, Personal Vice President of this council, Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. For the Personnel Committee, I would actually like to start with the second item, and it's because the two are related, but I have to explain it through the second item so it can make sense for the first item. So I would actually like to take as the first item / out of order, item 462-23, approval of appointments of Franklin Espinoza to the Lawrence Planning Board, with the term expiring December 31st, 2024.
Councilor, there is a motion to approve this appointment.
No, not to approve. So the actual motion is to withdraw. However, I would like to make a motion for discussion purposes. There's something,
There is a motion to approve for the purpose of discussion. It's properly second. Discussion, councilors.
Thank you. So, councilors, I was originally under the impression that appointments to board also follow the charter rule of the 30 days. However, this was brought to so after the Personnel Committee met, the city clerk was working with the city attorney on another matter for me, and she brought to my attention that per our charter, the 30-day rule only applies to directors and, I'm sorry, I have it right here, directors and head of departments. Now, the situation is, and this was brought to my attention on February 1st at exactly 5:11 p.m. The situation at hand is that Mr. Espinoza has already taken the oath for this. It's in our documents. The oath for this position. So I would like to make a motion to table and send this to the city attorney for an official legal advice and review of our charter.
So what we can do, if I may, is, does anybody have an opposition for this person to be appointed to the committee? Because what we can do, Madam Chair, is we can approve the matter, and he can come back and officially take the oath. If we have no questions when it comes to the approval, if we have a question when it comes to the approval, It is a matter of sending it to the city attorney for clarity, but according to what we have in front of us, we have an item that we can either approve or not approve.
So, Council President, because, again, through my misunderstanding, at that point, I thought he was automatically a member, so he was not properly interviewed. And I would like the opportunity to properly interview this individual before moving forward.
So for that, what we can do is we can withdraw without prejudice, and then the administration can send it over again for the committee.
Thank you.
Or we can table at this matter and then ask the person to come over to properly interview the person.
So before I make a motion,
Councilor Blanc, you have a question?
I would recommend another option, which is to send it right back down to the committee and have the committee do what it's supposed to do, which is to do the right interview rather than keep it over here. That way, we
I'll
don't
take
have
your
these late
advice,
nights.
Councilor Plant, and I'll send this over to the personnel committee. Moving forward, councilors, next item.
so next, now back to item number 1.
Mr. President, just for the record, I don't think, and the concern that I would have sitting in the seat is that that individual, if that person's taking any votes, those votes do not count. He wasn't valid, he wasn't properly sworn in, and so those votes, I just don't want to put the city in jeopardy, and I would hope that, that the word gets, we need to send some sort of correspondence, if it hasn't already, that they cease and desist from seating Mr. Espinoza. No offense to Mr. Espinoza, may be doing a great job, but he needs, but we don't want to put the city in jeopardy by having taken votes that weren't confirmed by the council.
At this time, councilors, we can send correspondence to that person in charge of the boards, which is the McCarthy, to ensure that Mr. Espinoza is not sitting on the board until he's properly interviewed.
And, Council President?
Do we want to do this as a motion to make sure that we can
Yes.
we can get proper
Yes.
attention?
Motion
All
has
right,
been made.
I entertain a motion for that. I'll entertain a motion for that, councilors.
I believe that was the motion. Motion to send correspondence to Dan McCarthy regarding the situation and to ensure that, that it is clarified that any votes that this individual has taken, it does not count. I believe that's what you said.
What I would, if you don't mind, I think
Go
what
right
I
ahead.
think the motion should be that the city, Dan McCarthy should be aware that the city council has not voted to approve Mr. Espinoza, and that he should not be taking any, if he's taken any votes, he does not take any votes, or not be seated on the board until this council has taken an affirmative vote, and then they need to review if he has already been seated. I don't think so, but if he has already been seated, then they need to talk to the city attorney about what can be done to remedy any potential votes that may have been taken by him.
I would like to
Is
add,
that, Councilor Blanc, that's the motion that you're making?
Council President.
All right, there is a motion on the table. Can you hear a second?
Second.
Properly second discussions.
Discussion.
Council Vice President Infante.
Thank you, through you. I would like to ask my colleague, Councilor LaPlante, if he would add to the motion per Charter Section 3.7 and Section 4.3.
Yes.
It's a friendly amendment, well taken. Discussion, councilors. At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The ayes have it.
Thank you. Now, the next, going back to the first one, item 214-23, Director of Inspectional Services Department, temporary appointment, ordinance number 2.04.081. We have, I'm going to make a motion and for the purpose of discussion. Motion for.
There's a motion to approve for the purpose of discussion. Can you hear a second? Properly second. Discussion.
Thank you. So originally, the Personnel Committee did vote to withdraw this item. However, after further research through our charter, it came to my attention that we don't have specific, or at least I under my understanding of what happens when it's a council appointment through the ordinance number 2.04.08. So I would also like to make a motion to table and send this to the city attorney for further legal clarification.
There is a motion to send correspondence first to the city attorney, and then we can do what you prefer next. Right? All right, there is a motion to send correspondence to the city attorney for clarity
Second.
on these specific items. I think that what I
Discussion.
think it is, Council, that discussion, what I think it happened on that case, based on that ordinance, is like it go back to the mayor's authority for the appointment.
So there, Council President, so there may be a gray area after discussing with the primary sponsor of this item and also the person that introduced the specific ordinance, which is why I feel more comfortable sending it first to the city attorney, which was not done before, to get an official legal opinion and ensure that we're doing the right thing.
All right, no problem. So it's a motion to send correspondence to the city attorney. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Properly second, for the purpose of clarity of this section, what was the section specifically? About that section?
It's number 2.
Oh, no, okay, about the section 4.09?
214-23.
Okay, for that ordinance.
She just said 2.04.081.
And the section?
It's the whole,
It's the whole thing, okay.
Yep, yep.
All right, there is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion, councilors? No discussions, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilor, Madam Chair.
Can I make a motion to table item 214-23?
Motion to table. Properly second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Business, councilors. Public safety, there is no reports. Committee of,
Okay, regarding public safety.
Public safety, there is no report. Committee of the whole, there is no report. And Councilor Levy, you have something to say now.
Yes, so public safety is not a committee.
It's not a standing committee, it's a hub committee. It has been
But
as
we
a-
have to do the same process that we did with the economic development committee.
if we wanted
Because
to,
this is a new council.
yes. If we want to, I believe that on the first day, I actually assigned this as a hub committee.
No, just only mention that,
I mentioned it, that I was
just
going
only
to
mention
continue.
that a committee. And it's the same, so we haven't done anything the same as the community development.
Give me 1 minute. I believe that on the first day I mentioned that the safety committee was going to be acted upon just like it was before. But if it's not clear, the safety committee will proceed to work just like we have done for the last, I believe, more than 14 years, which is a hub committee. And it will continue. I was clear at the first meeting, and I assigned councilors to that committee just like we have done it before. I believe that most of the councilors here have served on that committee. You have served on that committee for 2 years. Councilor Plan have served on that committee for, I believe, while I'm here, for 4 years. Councilor Infante have served on that committee for a year, right? Or 2 years. And Councilor Reyes also have, I believe, have served on that committee. And I was proudly member of that committee for 6 years. And that committee will stay. It is a need for that, for the safety committee in the city of Lawrence, especially since we all keep on saying while campaigning that we are up for public safety all the time. It's true. We always keep on saying public safety first, economic development first. So now we have the opportunity to serve on these committees, and we have no report at this point. So we're going to the top of the agenda, old business, 17023 for the old business, the handicap parking for 84 Bennington Street. Councilor Gregory del Rosario and the DPW Director put this together, and this vote on the old business is to amend, to modify this item to be to east side and not the west. And the way that we approved this, Councilor, was that we approved the west side. When they went over there, it happened to be that it was supposed to be the east side. There was maybe a confusion on the directions. So I would like to, councilors, to entertain a motion to modify this from the west side to the east side. Councilor Rosario?
Yeah, I'll take that amendment. I'll make a motion.
You willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it on the east side.
Second.
There is a motion on the table to amend the vote from the west side to the east side. Properly second. At this point, I open the floor for discussions, councilors. No questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So just to make sure that we are all set, I would like to, I entertain a motion to actually take the vote to go from the west side to the east side to ensure that we are, procedure-wise, we are all set. So I entertain another motion to make sure that we're doing it
Discussion.
properly. So can I have a motion first to make the changes?
So moved.
Can I have a second? There is a motion there's a motion on the table, properly second discussion, Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. So we're looking to change the ordinance to have handicap parking on a certain side. Are we ordering a public hearing on this with this new information?
If you guys, if councilors decide to order a public hearing, we can order a public hearing. It was a previously ordered as an east side. I believe that it was just a mistake when it went over to the installation. When DPW went over there, and they're planning to amend the location of it.
Mr. President, so when this was posted, was it posted for the east side or the west side? Is this what we're about to do? Is this going to honor what the posting was, or is it different?
Give me 1 minute. So it was posted for the east side, but when it went to the installation, they installed it on the west side. But the posting was correct, was on the east side.
Get this straight. We posted it for the east side. They put it, and we adopted it. They put the signs on the west side.
Council President, Council Plan, I think that when we took the vote for the west side, based on the recommendation from the police department, I believe. Yes.
You understand my question. So if we've already voted for something and it was just DPW placing it on the wrong side, there's no need to order another public hearing, there's no need to take another vote, they just need to put the signs on the correct side.
Yeah, the publication was for the west side. We can definitely go ahead and post it again, in order of public hearing for the east side now. So I entertain a motion to order a public hearing for the east side.
Moved.
Motion to order public hearing for the east side.
Second.
Discussion.
Properly second discussion, Councilor Plan.
So now we're going to have it on the west side and the east side, because we've already adopted something for the west side, we posted it for the west side, now we're going to do something so both sides of the street are going to have this.
Before we get there, we're going to rescind the vote, if the councilor desire. So there is a motion to order a public hearing for the east side of this item. Properly second, and there is discussion. Discussion? I hear no.
I don't understand, I'm sorry to beat this dead horse.
Go ahead. No, don't worry about it. You have the right.
84 Bennington Street, it should be pretty easy, right? I don't care if it's the east side or the west side, just put it in front of 84 Bennington Street. I don't get this east side, west side stuff. Why are we complicating? Usually we say we want handicap parking at blah, 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 Main Street, blah, 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 Elm Street. We don't say east side or west side. Why is this different?
I believe we do, but I mean, yes,
Council President?
I understand exactly what you mean, Councilor Plant, but at this time, we're just following what the people from around the area requested, and it was not properly done when it comes to the publication. We want to amend the issue, and I guess that based on what we have in front of us, we post it as west, and we approve it as west. And when DPW went there, Bennington Street parking is only on one side, and they want to amend the proper parking spot. So there is a motion on the table to.
Council President?
I'm gonna give you the floor. There is a motion on the floor to order a public hearing for the east side of that 84 Bennington Street. Councilor Vice Chair, Councilor Vice President, Stephanie Infante.
Thank you. I would like to address my colleague's question. Thank you. From my experience of working with LPD for requests like this, what I have learned being there is that sometimes there could be a fire hydrant directly in front of the house. There could be already, another parking handicap, or there could be numerous blockages, which is where the eastern side comes with the measurements that they do. Or they might have to put it across the street. There are factors why, and they do use that little measuring tool that they have to give us the exact location of where they're gonna put the signage. So I don't know if this helps you, but that's how I understand it, why east and west and all of that is included.
Thanks to my colleague from District E with the explanation. I would just,
Right, councilors.
and I'll stop talking, I guess. Thank you.
Councilors, at this point, councilors, I think that we need more clarity. On that side of the street, there is no parking allowed. If we allow a handicap parking, and then we're gonna have some issues. So I think that it will be beneficial to have an actual report from the DPW as of what is the situation up there, and get more clarity on this.
Council President,
Sure, Councilor Rosario.
I'm gonna assume that information came in like I put it in for 84 Bennington. When the police went and do the assessment, they realized the 84 probably was in the no parking zone. And they put the east side on the paperwork. They put the west side on the paperwork, and it's on the east side. I don't know which way we needed to go with this, but if the DPW would go there and say, well, it's 84, but we can't park on this side, so let's talk to the tenant or whoever requested it, and they will say, well, it's on this side. I put an order to remove a handicap parking in the last agenda that we had, and it says 2-something South Broadway, but it wasn't in South Broadway itself. It was in the Durham Street. Actually, I guess they went around the corner and placed it there. So I don't know if this is the case that we can do that, because
Councilor Rosario, this is an item that you put on the agenda. Do you mind going over there and talk to the owner?
I don't mind going anywhere, but it will change the thing, because I mean.
We can
again,
table it at this matter, table at this level, and then once we have some clarity, because 84 is not, on that side of the street is not, I believe is not parking allowed.
I do, once again, I do understand. I do understand there's no parking allowed, so one side parking. The policeman that did the assessment was the one that put the east or the west on, due to the fact that there was no parking on that side.
Councilors, what's your desire? Councilor Rosario, what is your desire? That is
Motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw. There is a motion to withdraw. Properly second. Discussion.
Discussion. And what I'm gonna,
Rosario.
discussion, I'm gonna withdraw it at this level, and I'm gonna do the assessment myself, and I'm gonna come back with the correct, where the sign is gonna go. And I will replace the item. I mean, this item has been there sitting for the longest. They were waiting for that street to be a one-way before they got approved, and it took the longest. Now, the issue is east or west. If we are aware that they cannot park on one side, and they did the assessment to put it on the other side and put west or east, whoever went over should have said, you know what, this sign should go on the other side, not just, and now we're discussing it at this level.
No, I mean,
But I will put the request again. I will go walk myself there and find out if they
Rosario,
go.
that's exactly what they did.
Again, now we gotta wait for another public hearing, so it's the same thing to put it all over again in the right way.
But that's exactly what they did. They went over. They see that that we approve it for the west, and that was not parking allowed, or something happened on the west side, and then they requesting the council to change it to the east side. But there is some issues, confusions when it comes to the number,
So
when
clear-
it comes to the side. So there is a motion to withdraw. And properly second.
Discussion.
Councilor LaPlante.
I just want to counsel my colleague from District C that he's certainly within his rights to go ahead and withdraw, and we certainly as a council can do it, but I just want to make sure he's aware that we do have a Rule 21 that's called final rejection, that if we don't, after we finally dispose of something, we can't bring something up for an entire year. So I just want the counselor to be aware of that, which is fine, but I'm willing to do whatever the council wants. He wants to withdraw, we'll withdraw. If he wants to table it, we'll table it. Whatever, from my perspective, whatever the counselor wants, I'll support, but I just want to make sure he's aware of that.
You can do withdraw without prejudice if you want to.
Motion to table then.
Motion to table.
Second.
Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We're going to the top of the agenda, item 30623, which is the authorization to spend grant $300,000 fiscal year 2024 local health support from DPH, Peter Blanchett. We sent notification to the inspection services for this item. Councilors, I put this item for as an old business, and I might look for a motion for send correspondence to the inspection service director, so give us an update on this grant, and for the purpose of this grant was for the purpose of rehiring the previous person that we were having there. So I entertain a motion at this point, councilors.
So moved. Say it. Do you want me to say it? Okay. I motion to send correspondence to Acting Inspectional Services Director Peter Blanchett for the purposes of an update on where we are with the grants funds for the FY24 local health support from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health,
And if we have hired anybody.
and if we have hired anyone.
Second. There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I entertain another motion. It could be to table or anything.
Motion to table item 306-23.
Motion to table, can I hear a second? Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 383B23, which is the appropriation transfer of $450,000, City Department ARPA free cash allocations. This fund was allocated on the item 411B22, and this was put together by the administration. Councilors, at this point, I entertain a motion for discussion on this. And what is it?
I'm looking for a motion to withdraw document 383B23.
Second.
There's a motion to withdraw.
I'll explain. I had a conversation with the official over there. This is redundant to something already, and we're being repetitive, and all we're going to do is add more work on a redundant matter. So they've asked us to withdraw this particular matter, so that's why the motion's there.
There's a motion to withdraw. Can you hear a second?
I already second.
All right, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Any item from the table matters? I hear none, so we're going to new business. Item 2124, no parking on Salem Street at Lawrence Catholic Academy. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 2224, 15th Annual Olive and July celebrations at the Campagnon. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 2324, 52 Annual Lebanese Parade or Lebanese Festival. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 2424, authorization to spend grant of $129,000, stormwater access management. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 2524, which is the request update on information regarding the parking meters, contract between the City of Lawrence and PCI Municipal Services LLC. Councilors, I would like to send this item to multiple committees. The first one that I would like to send it over to discuss that the economic portion of it is the Budget and Finance, and also I would like to send this item to the Economic Development for the purpose of discussion, the Economic Development portion of the contract, and potentially to Ordinance Committee, but at this time I haven't made a decision for the ordinance.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
Mr. President, back to 2324, I'm sorry, I don't see why this is even on our agenda. This is the Maharajan 52nd Annual Lebanese Maharajan. It's on private property. The City Council has no jurisdiction over private property, and so when you're on a private property, it shouldn't be before the council. If it's using a sidewalk or a street, of course, that goes to the police department, but there's no public parks involved in that I'm aware of.
Our city clerk decided to put it on the agenda. I believe that she probably analyzed the situation, and I don't want to take a risk as of if they need to go to ordinance. So I'm just going to keep it there. If you guys feel like there's no need for it, send it over for withdrawal. Item 2724, Lower Street section to be designated as Lower Street, section to be designated Police Department parking. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. No, item 2624, the modification of Ordinance 0204-081, a temporary appointment restricting use of one instance per candidate. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 2824, Economic Development Committee update. This is going to the Economic Development Committee. Item 2924, All Gold, a second-hand dealer license. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 3024, pawnbroker license for 323 Exit Street. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 3124, review and update of mileage travel policy. Ordinance 240. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 3223, which is the increased salary of city physicians, John Gore, to $30,000. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. I guess that this is in regard to the ordinance related to the city physician. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 3324, handicap parking, 205 Apple Street. This is going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 3424, no parking from here to corner, 50 Island Street. This is I don't believe this is this is needed. We have an ordinance already that we can just request the signs to be placed through the DPW. So, councilors, I entertain a motion. We're not sending this item to the committee. Motion to withdraw on item 3424.
Motion to withdraw item 3424.
Motion to withdraw, can I hear a second? Motion to withdraw, discussion, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it. Item 3524, delete ordinance, remove handicap parking space from 233 Hampshire Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 3624, amend timeframe for approval of candidates sent to the city council by mayor. Possible home rule petition, this is going to the ordinance committee. Item 3724, approval of the 30 years land lease per Mass General Law C 90, Section 51F. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 3824, handicap parking, 49 Blacksford Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 3924, community concerns regarding parking meters, citywide, Councilor Del Rosario. This is going to the ordinance committee. Councilor Del Rosario, you want this item to go to another committee? This is going to the safety committee. Item 4024, handicap parking, 20 Belmont Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4124, install underground conduit to Appleton Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4324, install one SO pole, intersection of Faber Street and Everett Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4424, install 2 JO pole on Green Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. 4524, install 2 JO pole on Haber Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4624, install 1 JO pole on Park Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4724, install 1 JO pole on Marston Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4824, install 1 JO pole on Railroad Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 4924, install 1 JO pole on Broadway Street. This is going to the ordinance committee. Item 5024, prior year's bill, $1,200 from the Lawrence Family Development and Educational Fund. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5124, authorization to spend $247,000 grant from MA Massachusetts Office of Disability. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5224, authorization to spend grant to spend $188,576 formula grant from the Massachusetts Office of Orderly Affairs, and this is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5324, authorization to spend $15,000 Title III grant from Massachusetts Office of Elderly. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5424, authorization to spend $50,000 Project Safe Neighborhood grant with the Massachusetts State Police. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5524, authorization to spend $759,400 and amend contract for fiscal year 2024 SSYI initiative. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5624, Police Patrolman Union Collective Bargaining Agreement Fund for the amount of $1,385,600. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 5724, the approval of the Lawrence Municipal Aggregation Plan proposal. This is going to Committee of the Whole. Item 5824, a reappointment of Patrick Driscoll to the Lawrence Housing Authority. You are here today, and I guess this is a new, this is a new business. These haven't been assigned yet to a committee. If I knew that you were here for that item, I'll tell you from the get-go. But guess what? You come and visit us. Thank you for visiting us. So this is going to the personnel committee, and the personnel committee is going to meet next week, so wait for the date, so you can have a specific date and be interviewed at that level. Item 5924, which is the amendment of City Housing Development Initiative. This is going to, this went already to the housing, we have it up there. And I guess we can send this over to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 6024, the approval of a taking one South Broadway eminent domain of a temporary easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6124, approval of taking 2 South Broadway eminent domain of a temporary easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6224, the approval of taking a South Broadway by eminent domain of a temporary easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. 6324, the approval of taking 5-7 Merrimack Street eminent domain by a temporary easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6424, approval of the taking of 10 South Broadway by eminent domain. Permanent of the 2 permanent easement, E3 and E4, 1 public utility easement, and a temporary easement, TE4, for the period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6524, approval of the taking of 13 South Broadway eminent domain of the public utility easement and the temporary easement for the period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6624, the approval of taking of 64 Broadway Street eminent domain of a permanent easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6724, the approval of taking of 2628 South Broadway eminent domain permanent easement. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6824, the approval of taking 27 Broadway Street eminent domain of a temporary easement for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 6924, the approval of taking 33 South Broadway Street eminent domain of a temporary easement, TE2, for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 7024, the approval of taking of a taking at South Broadway and Merrimack Street map 142 lot 4 by eminent domain to a permanent easement, E6, a public utility easement, PUE3, and a temporary easement, TEA, for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 7124, approval of taking of 256 and 258 East Haber Street by eminent domain temporary easement for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 7224, the approval of taking 260 East Street eminent domain of a permanent easement, E3, to a public utility easement, PU5, and 2 temporary easement for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 7324, approval of the taking of 309 East Haber Street, eminent domain for permanent easement and temporary easement, TE7, for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. Item 7424, the approval of taking of 315 East Haber Street, eminent domain to a temporary easement, TE9, for a period of 5 years. This is going to the Housing Committee. We have 2 more items, Councilor, that we have no need for it, which is item 7424 and item 7627. Councilors, I might entertain a motion for those 2 items that are on the agenda. One of them is duplicate and the other one is no need for it. Councilors, at this point, I entertain a motion. Oh, really? Okay, there's not on the agenda then.
Council President,
Councilor LaPlante.
Council President, on document 5724 in the last year, that you sent that to the Committee on the Whole, and for the last year, we've been sending that document to the Ordinance Committee. I'd like for you to reconsider that so we can continue moving on that item, 5724.
Once we get the item from the Committee of the Whole, and then we can send it over to the Ordinance Committee.
Well, when's the Committee on the Whole meeting?
We will ask the Vice President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, when is the Committee on the Whole meeting?
Councilor LaPlante, let's wait until that moment, and then we can go over. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Councilors, there is no new item. There is nothing on the agenda that we'd like to discuss tonight, other than what we have so far. Nothing much.
Committee assignments.
Committee assignment, councilors. Ordinance. Yes.
The third, 7 o'clock.
Budget and Finance.
The 12th at 7 o'clock.
Monday. Personnel. No, but give me a minute. Housing. We have, housing have a bunch of items.
You know what, I'm looking at the dates, I'm gonna leave, there's a lot of items for budget and finance, and I don't wanna risk quorum, so I'm gonna leave that for the 12th, at 7 PM.
So housing, housing, there is a lot of item for housing. On that week, you have Wednesday. Is everybody from housing available on Wednesday? I mean, it's up to you. You're the chair.
I don't mind accepting recommendations from all the other members. Do we have any other meetings scheduled for that same day?
For Wednesday, that's the only day that is basically vacant. That you can start at 7, because that meeting is gonna extend all the way to probably 10.
Tuesday's not available, the 13th?
No, that's ordinance.
Okay, and Monday's too soon.
Monday is budget and finance.
Budget and finance at 7.
Yes. You can do the 14 or the 15?
Yeah, let's do the 15th.
Councilors, the 15 is fine? That's fine with me. That's for housing. 15. Personnel,
Tuesday, the 13th at 6.
Tuesday, the 13th at 6. Economic development,
Repeat that again?
economic development,
Are we able to do Thursday as well, and,
at 6.
at 6? But I do wanna, for some reason, I'm noticing on my calendar, there's a Democratic committee, I'm not sure, at the same time.
Political stuff, Mike LaPlante is not going. He's a Republican.
The 15th at 6 is fine. Or 6:30 would be.
Safety,
6 or 6:30?
safety. You have one item on safety. You can do, you can do the 12?
The 12 at 6.
12 or 6?
The 12 at 6:30, 6:30.
6:30?
Only one item.
That item is gonna take you more than 30
I'm sorry?
minutes.
I'm not able to reattend on 12. Not with present, but I'm on the thing.
So that's the 13, that's the ordinance committee, so you be on the ordinance as well. Oh, that's the 12? Okay. Got you, personnel is on.
Try to remind him so he can.
Can you swap personnel and safety for 6?
Sure, that's fine.
So personnel, it will be the 12th? No, I mean, she's changing it, probably. The 12th, and then safety on the 13th. That way you can have both.
And then at 6, what's the
The personnel on the 12th.
Personnel's gonna be 12th, safety will be the 13th. Counselor Reyes.
At 6.
At 6, so Counselor Reyes can be.
So safety on the 12th, personnel, safety on the 13th at 6 p.m. And then personnel on the 12th at 6 p.m. Budget and economic development on the 15th. All right, councilors, we good?
So
Can
we
get
need to
assignments?
decide committee of the whole.
And then committee of the whole, go ahead.
So, committee of the whole, we can do it Friday, we can do it. No, you can, then, I forgot, thank you. Next week.
Doesn't have to be
The week after. I just need to know when everyone's available.
All right, Councilor Vice Chair, think about it, propose a day, and then let us know.
So, hold on, okay. I'm going to do, because our next council meeting is the 20th, so February 19th at 7 p.m. Oh, we're closed? Is that?
The holiday.
Ugh. All right, I'll sit and think
Send some
about it.
recommendations. Send some recommendations.
I'll send some recommendation and I'll work with our secretary.
Councilors, there is any other items that we would like to discuss tonight? I entertain a motion, councilors.
To adjourn.
Thank you so much. All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Good job, everyone.